I'm forgetting something. I know I am. I'm sitting here watching the countdown timer going down, and have I done everything I'm supposed to do? I don't know. Hello, everybody. Saturday live stream. What do I want to start with? Well, let's go. I'll go fix the Zoom. I'll turn off the waiting room. So you're welcome to come in when you choose to. Let's see, remove the check mark for enable waiting room. There we go. I know I'm sitting lower. That's what feels different. I knew it just felt different. It's like you're used to driving the same car all the time. Then you get in a different car and it just feels weird. I'm sitting higher. Do you recognize that? Why I'm sitting higher? I'm not on the ball today. I'm just not on the ball today. I'm in a regular chair, not sitting on the ball. All right, so I think people just came in, and if they start yammering away, we'll be able to hear them. I'm going to push the button here, Doug. Zoom button. There they are. Tim Sowell and Alex Cheek. Hello.
Hello, Doug.
Hi,
Hello.
Alex. All right. Tim, say your hello again.
Hello.
Okay, I hear you good. All right, that's one of the things on topic today is audio. I'm going to come over here and run through the chat that's in here pretty quickly. This was nice. The zone right at the top, it says can't wait for it to start. That was I enjoyed seeing that. Now that either means that he read the description, he or she, I think it's he, don't know the name, read the description and is looking forward to these topics today, or is just totally bored out of their mind and wants a live stream. So hello the zone, hello Darren, hello Matthew Camp, Chris. Okay, somebody's got it. Who is that? Darren. Looks like Catherine. You got to mute your sound, Catherine. Good. That took care of it. Hello Darren. Hello Catherine.
Hello. Hello. I'm muted.
Okay, that's good. It's great to keep yourself on mute until you talk. That's a good strategy. Let me go catch up and say hello to some more people in chat. I'm not going to read all the messages because most of them are chit chat. Let's see, Matthew, Chris Garrett, Darren, Blackwatch, and Blackwatch's got a whole diatribe there of warnings against trolls, I think. See, Catherine, Alex, Tim, Sal, and let's see, get some more unique names here. New names, Iowa, Hank, hello. BSOD should be fun, always. Oh, yeah, and if anything goes bad today with offensive comments, it's always going to be blamed on Tim Sal, according to Blackwatch. Tim, those are fighting words. Catherine, your Lindt chocolate. Oh yeah, I showed my favorite chocolate. Send Chris to Garrett. Send Zoom info. Chris, would you? Maybe you already sent me an email, but it's most convenient if you'll send me an email to DougBetts at LiveWindowsTraining.com, and then I can reply to you. So I'm taking a look over at this screen and see if you've already done that. Nope, not there. And I'm pretty sure I have your email in, so I can probably just take care of it. Then Rick Lakes, hello. Chris, not on the ball. Yeah, not on the ball today. You're up. Stop gargling. Oh, that was right at the start time. DVR good. Thank you. Oh, AVDW check it. Here's the watch. Put the watch on the table. Cheers, everyone. Hope you're doing well. Doug on chair day. Yeah. Tim Sowell, $10. Thank you, Tim. Did I pass right over? Yeah, Tony Wallow. I'm sorry, Tony. I passed right over yours without reading it. Tony Wallow started off with $4.99, and there's Tim Sowell with $10. Thank you so much. Vladimir Pandovsky, hello to you. Ken Misudak, hello. From the frozen tundra in Wisconsin. My oldest brother Tom in Minnesota, near you. He missed my message. Chris, will you send me the info? Yes, I'll get that. Hello, Chris Garrett, check. Your email. Oh, I think that means that Ken sent you the credentials, Chris. So come on in. And let's see. I need to change. Looks like I need to change the picture in picture. Let's see. So your screen's gonna go a little weird for a moment while I make this change. Bring the Zoom meeting up so it's picture in picture, and that means when I bring up computer number 2, we'll see the whole Zoom meeting. All right.
Doug, I was so disappointed. I was almost the first one into the Zoom, but Tim beat me.
It was close race because I heard your dings come in. I couldn't tell who was who, so you only know that because you guys were there. So there's Chris Garrett. Hello, Chris. Do I get a hello from Chris?
Hello.
There we go. Hi, Chris. Let's see. We got 3 people with cameras on and 2 without. I'm just buttoning up my cuffs because the buttons hit the desk. And Alex and I know how sensitive these Blue Yetis are. When I let my buttons hit on the desk, it picks it up.
I read the description and I was very intrigued that you put Blue Yeti in there. Maybe give me some tips on how to. I've got it set to I think it's a 3rd pattern right now. The I don't know what you call it, the one after the omnidirectional.
Yeah, I was wondering how your pickup, what you have your pickup pattern on, and I was thinking I'd take a picture of.
Sometimes I can hear you typing.
Yeah, that would be the case.
Well, if my mom's talking down the hallway or the dogs bark, if she's talking on the phone all the way at the other end of the house, this thing will pick it up.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. Now let me try this. Let me just try this fingernail test. Do you hear that?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Just teeny tiny. So like you, Alex, I have tried turning down the gain on the Blue Yeti, and it's just designed to pick up everything in the room. It's really designed. This is my opinion, and it's probably written up about it. It's really designed to be in a soundproof room, in a real audio studio. So if you have other sounds going on, that's just going to be a problem. Now I've got this. Well, the pickup patterns for it has a setting, a knob on the back of the device where it can pick up from behind the device in a round pattern and in front of the device, or just in front of the device, or all around the microphone. And it seems to me there was one other pattern. So I have mine set to just pick up this side, but I perceived that there was audio still bouncing off of my walls behind. So that's when I put in this this shield here. It's got foam surrounding it. I think that was like about $20 or something like that on Amazon. And then there's also, I have been really impressed. I'm looking for this other microphone that I had around here. What do I do with it? Well, there's a few different $20 microphones that I've purchased for clients that they're inexpensive and they're just take up a small amount of space, and you can sit closer to them. And they don't pick up around they don't pick up all the sounds in the room so much. So let's see, can I get a Blue Yeti up here? Hello, Chris. So I understand you got a laptop that you got replaced, and you're going to tell us about that today too. Yes, Chris?
Yes, and I'm making faces.
You're what?
I was making faces. I was seeing how much a delay there was.
Oh, okay. Yeah, it should be the ultra low latency I have is usually around 5 seconds. Let's see, will this show? Oh yeah, here's a good picture. Here's a good picture of the Blue Yeti. The front of the Blue Yeti has a mute button, and a volume button. This volume button, there's a symbol there for a headset. So this is just to adjust the volume of the headset that you can plug in on the bottom of the Blue Yeti to monitor it. And then this physical mute button will mute the microphone rather than using the controls through your computer. And then here's the settings on the back. There's a gain knob, and then here's the pickup patterns. And this one on the leftmost is going to pick up from the front and the back. And then this one that looks like a round circle is going to pick up all around the microphone from all directions. And then this one is what we call the cardioid pattern because it kind of looks like a heart shape. So that would just pick up in a heart shape on the front side of the microphone. And then here's one that looks like a figure 8 is the last one. And that, I think, picks up from the front and the back in a possibly a narrower pattern than this one on the left. I'm not quite sure of that.
I think that's for like if you're doing an interview with somebody,
Yeah.
you can have the microphone in the middle of the table and one person on one end of the table and one person on the other, and it'll pick up both.
Yeah, I suspect so, but why wouldn't the first pattern do that? I know the first pattern kind of overlaps. You can see the two 180-degree opposed sides that they seem to kind of overlap each other. I don't know. I haven't looked into that one. I think the one that makes sense in the environment where you're just a single person would be the cardioid pattern. But that doesn't mean it blocks everything from the other side. It's still going to pick up some noise from the back side. And then turning down the gain should reduce the amount of this fingernail type thing. So let's try an experiment with that. But it also reduces the speaker's voice. Then another. Go ahead.
You know what's funny?
What?
When I'm live streaming my games and I have the game audio and the and I have other people in Zoom and I have the Zoom audio and the microphone all in OBS, I actually get people telling me to turn the microphone up, even though the microphone volume is up all the way in OBS. So I have to turn the gain up.
Okay, so you already have your.
Turn it down and up, and I never can make anybody happy, I guess.
Yeah, let me restate that back to you then. You have your microphone audio all the way up in OBS for your own sound, and the volume for the Zoom session, you don't have it all the way up.
I have it pretty much all the way up for the Zoom sound.
Yeah.
And then for my microphone, it's all the way up to max. And then for the game audio, it's about halfway, or I might turn it down to a little less than halfway if it's just music and no spoken words.
Okay, so have you tried turning down the volume for the Zoom participants? Because your OBS is probably doing some amount of audio balancing. So if you just change the volume on your Blue Yeti without reducing the volume that's coming through from your Zoom participants, that might not be giving you the precise control that you think it is.
But to me, when I watch it recorded after it's recorded,
yeah,
it sounds fine. I can hear the Zoom participants, I can hear my voice, and I can hear the game audio.
And they sound at equal levels? They sound like comfortable levels?
Pretty much.
Okay.
From what I can tell.
So the people that are asking you to turn up your volume, is it the Zoom participants or is it the YouTube watchers?
It's the people in YouTube.
In YouTube. Okay. I'm wondering if YouTube might be doing some audio processing after the live stream is over, so that when you watch it afterwards, you're not actually hearing the same thing that they heard. How about, can you get your audience to replay the video after the live stream is over and tell you whether it sounds different in replay than it sounded during the live stream.
Okay, I'll try that.
Yeah. Yeah, there's a heck of a lot of places to make adjustments in audio. It's not an easy slam dunk thing.
No, that's the hardest thing I figured out since Ken got me started on doing this. That's the hardest thing about this whole live streaming business,
Right.
I think, is the audio. Once you get the camera set and your capture card set and your stream deck or whatever you're using, that's the easy part.
Yeah, yeah. There's a lot to do. And then there's audio settings within Zoom itself. Let's see if I can... Let's see, I've got to be able to bring that on my screen. So we'll go take a look at Zoom audio settings. I want to see if I can get that to come over the live stream. When I click on audio down in the bottom left corner and bring up my menu, you're not seeing it over YouTube. I thought that was the case. Now if I bring up the audio window, does that show up over the YouTube stream? I don't think it will. Oh, I know what I could do for that, I think. Let's see.
Screen share?
No, because screen share is only going to work for the Zoom participants. It's not going to work for the live stream. But what I can do is change the settings in my XSplit to select a different window, or actually better than that is to add an additional source. This should be it.
Doug, it works for me, because like when I'm doing a live stream, as long as I have the right display, the right monitor set up in OBS, if I share my tablet over Zoom, they can see it on the YouTube stream. But I don't know how you got yours set up.
Yeah, so. Well, in XSplit, I have the Zoom scene set up as its own defined window. So I'm not actually displaying my entire computer screen. I'm just showing the Zoom meeting. So now what I did is I added another scene on top of the Zoom session. So now you're seeing on the YouTube video my settings screen. So then here on audio, there's the suppress background noise. You can have set on auto, low, medium, or high. So high is going to suppress more background noises than the others. Now that's just going to affect Zoom though. That's not going to affect the YouTube stream. So if I change my suppress background noise to high and then do the fingernail test, I'm only interested in, for those of you that are in the Zoom session. The YouTube session, they're probably not going to hear any difference. So here I'm clicking on high, and then there's no apply button, is there? So I'll just close that. Okay, so now here's the fingernail test. Is that any different? Tim, you're evaluating. I can tell by the
I'm looking at something else.
Oh, all right.
Sorry. Check your chat.
Check my chat? All right. Let's see. Bomber. Okay, so I didn't punch over to display that yet because I thought that might be the case. So I'll go ahead and take a look at deleted message. Oh yeah, it's the websites that they're telling about. So I don't mind just showing that. It's when well, bomber. I think of those Zoom bombers. This is just a troll, a spammer. Really, spammer is the right idea. They're trying to get you to go to that website. Don't do it. Don't go to any of those websites because you just don't know what they're trying to capture. It is possible for a website to be set up so that as soon as you display whatever's on that website, it can cause troubles to your computer. Vladimir says, sound is improved, I can tell. Yeah, let's see, that was 10 minutes ago. So what was the change back then? And Vladimir here says less scratchy. Oh, does that mean, well now Vladimir's hearing over the YouTube stream, and that adjustment that I made in Zoom, I don't think that's going to affect YouTube. Vladimir says now it's tappy sounding. There's that tapping. Now, I don't know if Vladimir is referring to my fingernail test or something else.
Don't hear the fingernail test as much.
Tim, you don't hear the fingernail test as much?
Yeah, as it was before.
Okay, then I'm going to go reverse that change and see if that brings it back into the Zoom. It's only going to make a difference for Zoom. If I change it to low, now it does. I'll try it right now.
Now I can hear it better.
You can hear it better. So, wow, that is, I don't even have to close this window. So let me go try that a little closer here. Here's, it's set on low. So I just kept...
Now don't hear it.
I just kept the tapping going while I made that change. So you saw the change on screen, although it's a 5-second, whatever, you're seeing a delay on the YouTube video. So I guess I need to pronounce when I make the change. It's set on low now. High.
I can hear it real good.
We're on high now.
Now
Low.
don't hear it.
Now it's low.
Now I can hear it.
Going back to high now.
Now I don't hear it.
Okay, so that makes a very instantaneous change.
Hello, Ken.
Hey, Alex.
Hi, Darren.
So yeah, who else we got here in Zoom to say hello to? Need to do that. Let's see, we got Blackwatch, we got Ken, and Darren and Alex already said hello to. And then who's that one? Oh, that's Ken. Why do I have this weird? I got a weird. Oh, and you're seeing that on. Oh, it's because this, when I brought in this second window to show the settings screen, when I close the settings screen, then that just appears as a separate, as a replication of the Zoom meeting. So I should be able to just, whoop, not that one, turn this one off. There we go. Another thing for those dealing with audio issues on live streams is you yourself as the host and ask your participants to go back and replay the video afterwards to try to get a better understanding of what's going on. For some of the participants that I've been seeing in the Zoom sessions, they can individually make changes. One of the things that I think could be a big deal, and each of those participants could test it on their own, is just do your own test where you're facing your microphone talking, and then when you're turned away from or perpendicular to your microphone talking, sound waves comes out of your mouth, and that, you know, you've seen the arc type of sound waves. You should get better sound when you're pointing towards your microphone. And of course, there's also, you know, be sure you're enunciating clearly and not kind of speaking under your breath, because that's a thing that happens sometimes. Let's see, I put some notes in there, didn't I, that I wanted to cover. Let's go see on here. I haven't seen Bob C in chat. Bob C, if you're there, say hello in chat so I know that you're there. Yeah, so OBS settings, there might be some noise suppression settings in OBS. I get those in XSplit. Let's see, can I get quickly to that? Microphone, audio, sound system, delay, volume, range. No, actually I saw those in Zoom. I did not see those in XSplit. But look for audio settings in OBS, the Zoom settings for the host and the participants, and that's the same way for the host and the participants, is just go down to your microphone in the bottom left corner and click on settings. Let's see, is it settings? Is that what it's called? Yeah, the microphone, that arrow pointed up, called a caret if you really pay attention to that. And then on the bottom of that menu is audio settings. When you go into there, that's the audio settings screens that I was showing earlier. Let's see, over here. That should show it to you. Then there's also, let's see, music and professionals. Yeah, original sound. Also, as the meeting host, you can have this check mark to show in meeting option to enable original sound. So you can have your participants would have to click on original sound. I think that shows in the upper left corner of your screen. And you guys should see that on your screen now, where it says original sound either off or on. And you can just click on that as a button to change it from off to on. Right now, that button for me says original sound on. And I think that what that means is if I click on it, that's going to turn original sound on. So now you should be hearing through Zoom. It might sound a little bit different when I click on that to those who are in Zoom. Because right now its original sound is on right now. If I click on original sound off, that's going to turn original sound off, so it's going to start doing some filtering and it might sound different. So as I was talking through that whole paragraph, did it sound different? Did you hear any differences?
I heard a little.
A little?
Slight, very slight.
Very slight. Okay.
Yep.
You couldn't tell, Alex? Okay, so I'd like other people to try that who are in the Zoom session. So just talk a whole, few sentences, whatever it takes, and click that option back and forth, and let's see if we can tell some differences. Ken, why don't you go first?
I just turned mine to on. It says original sound on, so I'll give you about a 15-second soundbite. And then I will switch it to off, and I will let you know when I switch to off. Hey, Doug, I got a question real quick. When you were looking over here and looking over there, are you trying to start the Zoom virtual hokey pokey? Is that what you're trying to do? I just wondered. Okay, I'm going to turn it off. And now it's off, and I'll give you another 15-second soundbite and see if there's any difference. And meanwhile, I'm going to start the hokey pokey, and I'm going to look to my right. Look straight ahead, look to my left. Okay. Any difference in the sounds?
I think there was a slight difference, and I could hear you do the click, but it wasn't significant. Now, it might only be significant if you have some background noise, like a fan running or an air conditioner running or some other noise in the background. That might be when we notice the difference. Does anybody in the Zoom session right now have background noise going on that we could test?
My heater's running, actually.
Yes, I have my heater, my little space heater right next to me, running. I don't even know if you can hear it, but it's running.
Okay. Well, Alex, how about you do a couple sentences of talking and click that back and forth to see if it makes a difference for you.
Click the microphone mute button on and off.
No, not mute button. The original sound button in the upper left corner of your Zoom screen.
I don't know what you're talking about. Is that under the settings screen and audio?
No, if you just move your mouse up to the upper left corner, that button isn't displaying there all the time until you move your mouse. It does a timeout.
All I see is the green check mark, the security thing.
Okay, so next to that, you don't have original sound. Okay, so then in that case, go down to the bottom left corner and click on the caret symbol next to the microphone. Then click Audio Settings. And then go to the Audio tab on that screen. And in the section that's shown in bold where it says Music and Professional Audio, show in meeting option to enable original sound. Do you have a check mark in that box or not?
No.
Okay, put a check mark in that box. Now, then there's 3 check boxes under there in that section for enable these options when original sound is on. High fidelity music mode, echo cancellation, and stereo audio. So I'm thinking that putting a check mark in there means that when you have original sound on, it's still going to do echo cancellation if you have that checkbox. So I think the way to really test this feature is to remove all 3 of those checkboxes so that when original sound is on, it's not doing any of those modifications to your sound. Ken, what were your check marks in that area?
Mine is checked. I'm going to uncheck it and see what happens.
Which one was checked?
I don't know why I have an echo.
Well, we want to keep showing meeting, but I'm suggesting that we remove the other 3 check marks and then test original sound versus...
Well, as soon as you uncheck the original sound, it goes away. I'm trying to figure out why there's kind of an echo because I haven't changed anything. The only thing like that. Yeah, if you hover over that, it's gone. Let me go back.
Yeah, your audio is pretty bad right now.
Yeah, it suddenly got loud, didn't it?
It's echoey.
Right, and I didn't change anything.
Okay.
Go back and change that.
What does your button in the upper left corner say? Does it say original sound on or original sound off?
Original sound off.
That means your original sound is on. The way I understand that button to work is it is showing you what's going to happen if you click that button. So if it says original sound off, that means if you click on that button, it's going to turn original sound off.
Okay.
And then the button changes to say original sound on, which means your original sound is currently off. It's kind of really, really confusing. But then that's the nature of my channel, isn't it?
I put it back to on, and it's still, I'm super loud.
How do you know that you're super loud?
Because a while ago when I talked, it was not near this loud. My volume has gone up tenfold on my system.
Your volume what?
It's gone up about tenfold.
You're seeing that on your input level graphic?
I'm just listening to what's coming out of the monitor.
Oh, you're listening. Are you listening to the YouTube audio or the Zoom audio?
Zoom.
Okay.
I have original sound off.
There, Tim.
Wow.
It's because you turned off the echo cancellation.
Whoa. I have original sound on.
Okay, so yeah, Tim, you removed that check mark for echo cancellation. So that showed us the impact of that check mark.
Yeah, Doug.
Testing 1, 2, 3.
So Ken, you sounded better now. Ken, can you speak?
Tim or Ken?
Ken.
I'm still loud here, but if it's normal for you guys, that's good.
No, actually it's not.
I didn't think so.
Yeah, it's really kind of garbled. So put it back to the settings that you think you had previously.
Well, I didn't change but one thing. That's kind of confusing. The only thing I did was I changed, I'm gonna put that back to off. But now, still the same.
I don't think it is the same. Talk longer.
Okay, what shall we talk about?
I need a long sentence, Ken. You can't give me 2 words.
The little brown fox jumped over the gray wolf and was going to grandma's house and see little red riding hood.
Yeah, that's
Me long sentences.
yeah, that was a long sentence. Thank you, and that showed me that your audio is worse than it was originally.
Yeah, and I've only changed the one thing. I'm just gonna, you know what?
I went back to original sound.
And Blackwatch has a bunch of weird stuff coming through. Okay, I just muted Blackwatch because he's got just sounds coming through. It sounds like a whale.
I get a sound check now.
All right, give me more words.
Oh boy, here we go with the more words. Okay, so the brown fox didn't do well.
Now,
It seems on my end it's a little lower now and not as loud as it was. And I just changed it from the camera to the system.
okay, so here's another thing you could do, Ken, is you could say a sentence and then be ready to turn on your turn off or mute your Zoom microphone and turn on your YouTube audio so that you could hear how you're coming over on YouTube.
Okay.
All right. So you got to
Yeah,
say,
I think these long sentence requests are just driving me up the wall. So
yeah, I know that's
let's
challenging.
consider it a long sentence.
I'd say 10 words. I mean, you've got to cover the 5 seconds delay that YouTube's going to give you when you listen to the YouTube audio.
I switched mine back to the way I had it.
Tim, you sound good.
I turned off automatically adjust my microphone volume.
Turn off automatically adjust microphone volume. Yeah.
Yep.
That sounds good because automatically adjust microphone volume, it's going to dynamically make changes to your microphone input based upon what it thinks it's hearing. So turning it off might be a really good idea if you don't have a variety of background noises going on. So I'm going to go show the audience where that is. So if we come over to next to the microphone button in the bottom left corner, then go to audio settings. You should be seeing that over the YouTube video now. I'm waiting for confirmation on my computer number 2. See if that is showing up. Is it? It's not. It's not. All right. Why? I turned that one on, window and Zoom. I think it's because every time I close the settings screen, it looks like I have to reopen it. All right, so in here, Tim, you did, what is the change you said you made?
I turned off automatically adjust microphone.
Was that in the Zoom settings?
Yeah.
Automatically, oh, right here, this check mark. Okay. How about that one, Ken? What is your setting there for automatically adjust microphone volume?
Got mine muted right now. I couldn't hear it through YouTube, but I hear a hell of a bad echo. Tim talks that apparently no one else is hearing.
You're hearing an echo for Tim?
Horrible echo.
All right.
If you want, I'll record it on my phone.
Well, no, I can go listen to the YouTube audio myself.
That's not on YouTube. That's on Zoom.
I'm hearing it
I thought you said YouTube.
No, I didn't. Couldn't hear nothing from Zoom or YouTube. I'm sorry. So it's muted again. Hey, Tim, can you hear something?
Hello.
Yeah, bad echo. So you wanted to know my audio setting?
Yeah.
I'm getting an echo, and I think it's coming from you. I don't know.
Yeah, see, you and I are echoing.
And Tim over Zoom.
Don't blame me for this. Ken broke it.
Now Blackwatch echoing.
Yep.
Yeah. Cryumba.
What happened?
I think you need to turn on the echo cancellation under the original sound.
It is off. It is checked. Echo cancellation is checked.
Well, now, wait a minute. Did I make a change on my end that's causing that for you guys to hear it all differently?
Here it comes. Here it comes at first. Confusion. Do I know what I'm doing?
Yeah.
Is this what it sounds like on the other side, Doug?
That's 3 echoes. Ken Blackwatch and me.
I don't want to go.
All right.
What about me? Am I echoing?
Oh, yeah. Chris, can you say something?
Showing me.
Talking?
We're all echoing. Okay, so now we can all sing, and this is going to sound wonderful.
Oh,
Ready?
the echo went away.
Oh, it did.
So who changed it?
Smile.
I did.
I think it was an issue on Doug's end.
I made,
Yeah, we
I
know it
made the
was.
change. Yeah, it is. It is. So that's
Oh,
amazing.
that's so much better.
That's
Yeah.
amazing. I thought that this setting was going to be affecting just me, but no, it affects you all, and it's an instantaneous change. So here, this option that says echo cancellation. Right now, everybody's sounding good. Go ahead around the horn for me. Everybody say a couple words. Tim?
Round the horn.
This sounds a whole lot better.
Yeah. Ken?
Yeah, so much better.
Yeah. And
A couple of words.
Chris.
what was Chris again?
Alex.
Yeah, I could tell something was up because I could hear myself echoing through my speakers. And I got the YouTube muted, so I'm only hearing Zoom.
All right, good. So in the chat room, let me know, did that change when I did the echo cancellation check mark? Did that fix the sound for those of you that are watching over YouTube? I'm looking at the chat room on another screen here. Over YouTube, I'm looking at.
That was me.
Did
all right.
you uncheck it, Doug, or?
Yeah,
check
I did. I did uncheck it while we were doing while I was trying to show these options, thinking that I was showing the things that you can change for your own settings. I didn't realize that that was going to make the change for the entire meeting.
Robert said there was never an echo over YouTube. Selden
Yeah.
Ball says sounds much better.
Okay.
So only the people in Zoom can hear it.
Yeah, only us.
Well, now wait a minute. That's a difference of opinion between Robert and Selden then.
I noticed that.
Yeah. So let's go bring that up. Let's see over here. Yeah. So Robert says there was never an echo over YouTube, and I'm not sure if echo is the right word. It's not-
Feedback?
It was just an unpleasant audio. And
Yeah, it was.
Selden says it sounds much better. Now, reflecting on something that I noticed on one of your recent streams, Ken, is you were saying that the audio was good over Zoom when I was finding the audio over YouTube was not good.
I've been told that a couple times, but I also get varying opinions. I'll have someone tell me it's bad, and at the same time, I'll have someone tell me it's good.
Well, have you gone back afterwards and watched the video yourself?
No,
Okay,
I have
because
not.
I'm normally watching it on replay when I get that opinion. There have been occasions when I was watching live and I was, not participating.
No, what I'll do is when that happens, I'll mark down the time that it happens. That way I can go to a few seconds
Yeah.
before and listen from there. Oh, that's a good idea.
Yeah, Selden says he heard many fluctuations in sound. Speedy Z, no echo in Zoom now. And Rick Lake says, sounds better to me. All right. Was there anything else in chat that I've...
Well, to me, Tony Wallow is always good about saying whether the AV is good. So
Yes,
if
he
he
is.
says it's good if he says it's good in YouTube chat, it's pretty much good. I don't have to change that.
All right. So I'm kind of scanning through here. I'm not going to read specifically through everything unless I notice something that I want to mention. But if there's somebody that wants me to see something, be sure to hit me in orange so I can notice it. Sound improved. Oh, let's see. I got to go take care of these. Go hide these people from the channel. Hide user on this channel. I'm hoping that YouTube notices that they have an algorithm that notices when channels get hidden, and that they would go look at it closer to see if that account needs to be banned.
Yeah, you might have wanted to check out at the three dots before you did that to see when it was created, and maybe it was created today. And if that's the case, that you might not catch the algorithm, might not catch it.
Oh, yeah, that's a nice thing that they've got this go to channel. Is that what you're referring to go look at the
Yes,
channel?
yes.
All right.
Click on the three dots, go to
Yeah.
channels.
Let's go take a look at this one. Yeah.
You might still be able to do it. Yeah. And then go to about.
Yeah.
Although
Yeah.
he does have a video.
Well, that's pretty new, and it doesn't look like it's original video. I mean, it doesn't.
Yeah, your Zoom is covering the date that it was created, but
Oh.
yeah, that doesn't look original.
All
No,
right.
I mean that's fine. You know when a good account when you see it.
Yeah, but it was created November 5th, 2021, so that's very recent, and
Yeah, it's pretty
it
new.
only had 4 views. So then, where is the report? This. Oh, here it is, the flag right here. Report user. So I'll click on that. Report pro, report unblock user, report channel art, report user. It looks like that's what we want to do. It's not harassment, it's not cyberbullying, it's not privacy, it's not personalization, not that, not that, not that, this. Spam.
And you just got another one in there at 1:45 my time, 11:45 your time.
All
Nobody's kicked it yet.
right.
Yep,
Let's see.
Matthew Camp got it.
Ads, spam,
11:44.
websites in live
Yeah.
chat.
You know, there's that 1 minute time difference between time zones. Matthew got it though.
He hit it?
He hit it, yeah.
Yeah.
Now, if we understand correctly, you're okay with us hiding it. You just don't want us to remove the people.
Yes, I'm okay with you hiding it, but don't. But let me know about it so I can go look at it. And
Sure.
and part of the reason behind that is, based upon your experiences on other channels, you might be considering some people to be trolls that I don't mind. I don't mind them saying bad things about me. I do mind them saying bad things about other participants in the channel.
Right.
And I do mind the spam when they're just putting in other websites trying to get you to go to it, or vulgarities. And I'm very much interested in reporting their channels too. Now that they've given that back to us. Let's see, I've already hidden that. So here, this was message deleted. I'm gonna take that off screen for me to view the deleted message in case it is vulgar. It's not, it's just another spam. So then go over here, hide the user, and then go, here's the report right here. The ones that are spam, I think I can go straight to report. I don't really think I need to go look at their channel first. But it is.
No, you don't. I just kind of find it. I like to look to see, did this guy create or this girl create the channel today? Yeah. And, you know, is this their sole intent
Agreed.
to be harassing or whatever?
So here's October 31st, 2021. So I'll report them from there. I do find it kind of interesting, informative to see that they are recent channel creations. Let's see. So report user, spam and scams. Let's see. No, I'm still hiding that, but I think I got the point across what this window is showing. And then, oh, this is asking me to select their abusive videos. Well, it's not that their videos are abusive, it's that they put spam comments.
Right.
User puts spam web addresses into live stream chat. Then I'll Control A to select that, Control C to copy it because I might be pasting it some more. We've received your report. If we find this content to be in violation, we'll remove it. All right, so here we're back to today's session and back into chat.
My finger's getting tired. Can I pull the trigger now?
Pull the trigger because you're wanting to shoot those people? What is your trigger? Here's another one. So I'll just report this one. That picture-in-picture just gets in the way all the time. Report. Oh, look at here. It's not, the spam isn't even on here now.
Not what.
Oh, this is it. The first one is unwanted commercial. Oh, you know what? If I report them from here, it's easier for me because, well, no, it's still the same option. Does it give
There is a
me...
spam entry, isn't there, Doug?
Say again, Black?
Isn't there a spam entry on the menu? You don't have to type stuff.
Yeah, the one you just
Yeah.
clicked, you didn't have to type anything.
Yeah, when I report it from here, there is no opportunity to type. It just says spam, so that's easier to do from there. All right.
So I got to try something. You said a while ago to mute my microphone in Zoom and turn the volume up in YouTube. So I'm going to do that.
Go ahead. All right.
Uh-oh.
Who was saying uh-oh?
That was me. Cool. 144's taking off.
Oh, we're hearing the military jets in the background through Tim's microphone.
The sound of freedom.
Yep.
Tim, get off the runway. You're going to get run over.
Okay.
Okay, I can hear it, but I got an echo from it, even though my Zoom was muted. So I'm just going to keep doing it this way. I'll mute the stream and keep this open. That works best.
Okay. I'm sorry, Ken. I missed what you said about here listening to the YouTube's audio.
You wanted me to mute the microphone in Zoom, which I did.
Yeah.
Then I went over and turned up the volume for the YouTube stream, but I still have an echo from the YouTube stream for some reason, even though that microphone is turned off. And I'm only using one camera today. I'm not using multiple cameras.
Well, when you say you heard an echo on the YouTube, does that mean when you were listening to yourself speaking?
No, when Tim said, oh, I heard, oh, and then he said there was a plane taking off, and I heard there's a plane taking off. It's clearly repeating what's being said.
You heard a true echo.
Yes.
But other people haven't been reporting that. Oh, but you were still hearing your audio from Zoom and your audio from YouTube. That's why you're hearing an audio.
Possibly. Can you mute the Zoom audio? You can turn your microphone off, but can you mute the audio?
Yeah,
No.
sure. Can't you? Yeah.
Need to mute speakers on Zoom. Okay.
Yeah, if you just change your speaker down in the bottom left corner next to the microphone and click on the caret symbol, and then in the speaker section, change your speaker to be maybe your microphone or your webcam or something like that.
Well, the speakers, digital audio, LCD TV, my other TV, and same as system. That's my 4 options.
All right. So is your digital TV turned on right now?
Yes. No.
If you
Let me
choose
put it on that.
any of
I'll do
those,
the same tip.
well, so I think he's testing now.
I'm confused.
Yeah, I don't know.
I'm
what
confused too.
doing. Shall we move on to another subject? Well, I guess before I do that, I should see if I've covered the areas that I wanted to point out for people to be working on.
Okay, that solved that. You guys can hear me, but I can't hear you, so I'm going to have to remember that.
Okay, so did that answer
Yes.
the echo thing that you were having?
Yes.
You were hearing both, yeah.
So that's all.
So we talked about the microphone pickup pattern. The press to talk, just meaning you mute yourself in Zoom and then press your space bar when you want to speak. And that,
Doug, can you hear my heater? I'm just curious.
in order to really answer that, I think I should mute everybody.
No, not again.
There's a quick, easy way for me to do that for everybody. Where is it?
Just mute everybody and unmute Alex.
Well, Oh, here's a mute all. I was looking for the mute all button. So I'm going to mute all and then unmute Alex. Here we
And the
go.
only
Okay, so everybody's muted. Then close that. And then there's Alex. So Alex, go ahead and speak.
Hello?
Okay, I can hear you. Now I'm trying to discern whether I hear your heater. I don't think so. Now, in the upper left corner, that original sound, what does it say on your screen right now? Does it say original sound?
I disabled it.
Now that doesn't work for me. That's not my question. I want to know, what does that button in the upper left corner say right now?
It's not there because I turned it off.
Oh, well then we can't test this feature.
Well, I'll turn it back on.
Okay.
Okay, I've got all 3 checkboxes unchecked and original sound is checked.
Okay, so the show in meeting option to enable original sound. That's what I'm asking you to put a check mark on that. Don't change.
It says original sound off by the security green
Okay.
shield now.
So it says original sound off up in the upper left corner. That means your original sound is on right now.
Correct.
So that means we should be able to hear your heater. And I don't. Okay, so now click that button so that'll turn original sound off. Now I hear your heater. Definitely hear your heater. So what does that button say in the upper left corner now?
Original sound on.
Okay, so I'm wrong. I'm wrong in the way I've been describing that button. I don't mind being wrong.
So should I turn it off? Original sound off?
Yeah, right now it says original sound on. I can definitely hear your heater. So go ahead and click on that. And now I don't hear your heater.
So I guess if I go into the audio settings and uncheck the original sound, that turns it off.
No, if you uncheck the option that says show in meeting option to enable original sound, all that does is turn the visibility of that button off. It doesn't change anything to your sound. It just makes that button available or not available for you to click on.
When he did that, you were echoing, Doug.
Yeah, I heard the echo too. And I think he's listening to Zoom over his speakers. So when he turns original sound on, then I think his microphone is picking up the Zoom audio from his speakers, and it's not canceling that noise.
So the button it does what it says. When it's off, and when it's on.
Yeah, when the button says off, that means it is off, and that is opposite of what I thought it did. And I'm glad to
But
get
that's
that
where we
answer.
want it.
Say again?
But that's where we want it, right?
We want it, so the button says original sound off, so it filters out your fan. Now for me, my button right now says original sound on. That means Zoom's not filtering anything. And I don't think you're going to hear much of a difference when I click the change because I don't have any other noises here. So here I'm going to click that button in 3, 2, 1, 0. So now that button says original sound off, which means it should be doing filtering. And it would sound different if I had any background noise going on. So I don't think you've heard any difference. Is that right?
I couldn't tell.
Yeah, I don't think you'll be able to tell. Help, I'm muted and can't be heard from Ken.
But if I turn it on, you can definitely hear my heater.
Absolutely, I can hear your heater. All right, so the rest of the participants, are you able to unmute yourselves?
I just did.
Tim did?
I did.
Yeah, they can.
I did,
All right, very good.
because I do not like being muted.
I've got to remember that, Catherine. Thank you. But when you were doing your experiment with Alex, there was a horrible echo again. So I think it picks up the heater and the echo and everything else.
Yeah,
I believe it's picking up his speakers when somebody else talks.
yeah, I
That's
think.
probably because definitely this microphone can definitely pick up the speakers.
Can I read the text?
You want to read a text? Sure.
Yes, it's regarding this original sound.
Okay.
This text is hiding behind the question mark. So it says, this option automatically disables zoom noise suppression, removes high pass filtering, and removes automatic gain control. It is recommended for playing music and for studio-like environments with higher quality microphones, speakers, or audio interfaces. It is not recommended for use in noisy environments or for general meeting use.
Okay, I see where you're reading that from. Let me see if I can display that in on the YouTube video. Yeah, looks like this will do it. Am I back on that settings screen? Yes, I am. So it's this question mark right here. Show in meeting option to enable original sound. When you click on that, this is the text you were reading, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So I can grasp it better when I see it. So, oh, that didn't come over on the YouTube video though, that pop-up.
I see it. Your Zoom settings is over on the YouTube.
Yeah, but the pop-up on that question mark isn't. It's kind of a darker window. That's not showing up on YouTube. So is there a way for me to grab that? I don't see it. So, but let's see, do you see my mouse moving? Yeah, you can see my mouse moving. This question mark right here. That's it. So for those of you who are in the Zoom session now, or if you go to a Zoom session later, this is the question mark right here. And when I click on that, I get a pop-up that has like about 8 lines of text, and that's not showing on the YouTube video. This option automatically disables zoom noise suppression, removes high pass filtering, and removes automatic gain control. It is recommended for playing music and for studio-like environments with higher quality microphone, speakers, audio interfaces. It is not recommended for use in noisy environments for general meetings use. Yeah, okay, so that, except that, okay, so am I wrong again? This check mark that I'm pointing to with my mouse in the YouTube video right now, and on Zoom you're not seeing me quite point to it, but that check mark for show in meeting option to enable original sound, I'm saying that that check mark only enables that button in the upper left corner so that it's available for you to click on. That having this check mark doesn't make any difference to the sound until you actually click the button. And when you click the button, you'll get these options when you have selected original sound. So if you select original sound, right now mine's going to still do echo cancellation. If I remove this check mark, that would mean when I'm using original sound, then echoing is not canceled. So I think this is probably when Alex did his and we were hearing, was it Alex or Ken? One of you was hearing a echo maybe a second apart between the echoes. I think you must have had that check mark removed because when you had original sound, you were getting echo. If you have this check mark, that you won't get echo even when you're on original sound. Oh, this is so messy. High fidelity music mode. Now each of these have question marks. When you click on those question marks, you can't see it in the YouTube video, but I'm clicking on the question mark for high fidelity music mode. It optimizes Zoom audio for the highest quality music. It can increase CPU utilization and consume greater network bandwidth. For best results, an Ethernet connection, not Wi-Fi, is strongly recommended. So if you have this check mark, then that would mean even when you are in original sound, you're going to be getting this high fidelity music mode. Then stereo audio was going to require a stereo microphone. But the thing that I think is also obscure here, difficult to notice, is that when you have none of these items checked, that only affects when you're in original sound mode. When you have original sound turned off, then I think you are getting all of these features. I don't know. That's
what it sounds like to me, Doug.
Yeah, because I think having these check marks only controls whether you're getting these features or not when you're using original sound. If you're not using original sound, then I'm thinking you're probably getting all of these features.
Doc.
Ugh. Yes, Catherine.
May make sense. You would need to have a DAC for the original sound to really fine-tune everything, if you know what I mean.
Yeah, DAC is
and as long as you don't have that, original sound does not make any sense. Yes?
Make that statement again, please.
So for original sound to make really sense, yes, you would need to have a DAC attack. So you can fine-tune everything you want to fine-tune. This is why it says it's for music and professional audio. Yes?
Okay, so yeah, I follow you.
So they can fine-tune the frequencies they want and need. Yes?
Yeah.
Because maybe they have a session, a music session over Zoom or whatever. You never know. Yes?
Yeah. So if you have high-end studio musical recording equipment, you don't want Zoom messing with that.
Exactly.
Okay.
Yes. Then they want to be able to do their own
controls.
Their own controls. Yes.
Yeah, that makes sense. That's very helpful, I think. Catherine, help me out. DAC, DAC is digital audio what?
It's oh, I don't know. I need to.
Yeah, I'll look it up too. Digital.
Yeah, it's
DAC meaning digital to analog converter.
Yes.
Okay, that makes sense. Yeah, because you can really fine tune all of your audio inputs.
Yes, you can fine tune every frequency and every instrument. Yes.
Okay. Yeah.
You need to. Yes.
Yeah.
Because a violin has needs another settings than a guitar, bass, or a drum. Yes.
Right.
So.
Okay, then here's another thing on improving audio.
What's the difference between a DAC like y'all are talking about and a mixer or a soundboard like that, like you use it, like you have hooked up at church or something? You have all your speakers and microphones and everything connected to it, and then it feeds the computer the one audio feed.
I think it's very close to the same thing.
I think mixers are bigger. Mixers are like, they can be small, they can have 4 lines, 8 lines, they can be huge too. They can have 42 different, yes?
Yeah, is a DAC a kind of a mixer?
Yeah, but it's like smaller for usually DACs are smaller. They're made for So you can put in your nice audio headset that you use. Yes, that has a 6.35 connector in, and it can and these analog and PC, these things, the DAC makes them talk to each other. Yes, basically. Because the headphone is like headphones. They exist for forever. Yes.
Yeah.
And the PC exists like a shorter time. Yes.
Okay, here's just a Google search on the subject, just DAC versus mixer. Can I use a mixer from a sound system as a DAC? I don't feel a great deal of interest in going too far down this squirrel hole. I was going to say
Too many buttons to push.
Yeah.
Yeah, it is.
So I think there's probably a subtle distinction. I don't think it for what we do. I'm not interested in going further down that. But there are some. Go ahead, Catherine.
Also, why this button is hidden by Zoom. Yes, you can make it visible, but by default this button is hidden, and
Right.
It makes sense that it is hidden because it only causes mayhem in a normal
Yeah.
setting. Yes.
Yeah, you think? Yeah, it did.
Yeah. You think no? I
Yeah.
don't think I heard it. Yes.
Yeah.
Oh dear.
Let me go on to a couple other things here about the Zoom quality. Background filtering, noise reduction settings, just experimenting with those. But then here's one, telephone audio with webcam video. So that would be a useful thing to experiment with, I think. And let me come over and see if I'm showing this. If I go to the microphone, the caret symbol next to the microphone in the bottom left corner of Zoom, I can't make that show up, that menu show up in my YouTube stream. But when you click on that, I've got my mouse down there now. I am showing that on the YouTube stream, my mouse on that caret symbol. When you click on that, the third option from the bottom is switch to phone audio. So you could switch to your cell phone audio that would be pretty reasonably in sync with the video, your camera participation on your computer. So would any of the participants that are currently in the Zoom session be willing to switch to phone audio and demonstrate that for us?
I'll do it.
All right. So I think when you click on that option, it gives you the phone number for your local area. So, and it also shows you the meeting ID and the passcode and the participant ID. I think you have to put in that participant ID when you're calling in on phone so that it will sync to the video that you are using.
Is the sound check over? The band's threatening to go home.
What?
Is the sound check over? We paid the band and they're threatening to go home.
Oh, all right. Yeah, the sound check is over. I'm not even sure how to respond to that. We're still experimenting with sound.
Too late, they left.
Let's see. I see in chat. Ken asked about how to mass mute everyone. Is that still a question for you, Ken?
Sure.
Yeah, the answer to that was when you're hosting a Zoom session, at the bottom you click on the on participants, and that brings up a participants window, and one of the buttons down at the bottom is called mute all. So you're not going to see that until you're hosting a Zoom session.
Okay.
What else do I see? Wintermute asks, those Zoom dialogues you open don't show on YouTube. Yeah, I'm seeing that. Scrolling up to see people that hit me in orange. I see from Speedy C, no echo in Zoom. So that's going back up. So coming back down to look at what's the next orange. Why don't you just read the text? Yeah. Thank you, Catherine. That was very helpful. And then Wintermute brings up a link. I'm going to right click and open a new tab and go see what he's bringing up for us. Muting, unmuting participants in a meeting. Yeah, we've seen that. Prerequisites. I'm not going to read through all that. And there's quite a variety of things there. And there is also a security option somewhere where a participant cannot unmute themselves. I think you would have to ask them, click a button as a host to ask them to unmute themselves. Going back. Wintermute, if there's something else specific you want me to see in that, let me know. Thanks for checking it out. Digital to analog converter. Wintermute was answering what DAC stands for. Chris stepping up for a few minutes, take the dog out. Sam just joined. Do you have Mac operating system clients? I might have a couple clients who use Macs. It's very rare that they would ask me any questions about it. I really don't promote my business as supporting Macs because I don't know enough about them. I don't feel highly competent. I've had some clients who have Macs and they tell me they have a problem with their Mac, and I let them know, look, I'm not very I don't have a lot of expertise in that, but I'm willing to help. And and I tell them there's others in Fresno that do specifically help with Macs, and they say, yeah, I've talked to them. I don't like dealing with them. So I go ahead and try to help them, and usually I've been able to solve their issue. Just probably not as efficiently as if I really did know what I was doing. The link for Ken, who asked unmute all. Okay, understood. Intermute, thank you. And then Chris is back.
Hello, Doug.
Hello, who's there? Who's saying hello?
I'm on the phone now, but it's a pain in my butt because I've got to enter the meeting ID and a long 8 or 9 digit passcode. I'd rather just join with computer audio unless I'm. Only reason why I would use this is if I was going down the road. I didn't have a good data connection, but I could still call in on the phone.
Okay, now let me explore something else with you, Alex. Do you receive email on your phone?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
I do.
So if I send you the full Zoom credentials, it has a one tap for the phone. But what I don't know if that's going to link up with your webcam on your computer.
I clicked on the switch to phone audio, and it gave me the phone number and all the information, and I'm still on video on the computer.
I understand that. That's not my point. Let me go find. I'm looking to see if I have somebody else that I've sent the invitation to and give them the full credentials. Oh, I know how to do that. I know. Well, I'm going to have to bring up my... I tried to avoid bringing up Google Chrome on my streaming computer, but I'm going to do it.
Hate it. Google Chrome.
Okay, so then going to bring up Chrome, and Alex, I'm assuming I have your email because you sent me one today. So Alex, I'm going to try sending you the full Zoom credentials. That includes the One Touch cell phone connection.
I've got it here on my phone. I can click on it real quick.
Oh, okay. Well, that's good. Why don't you go ahead and do that, Tim? Since you've got that on hand. But that connects your video and audio from your phone, and that brings you in as a separate person in the Zoom session. Now, is there a way to connect?
Well, you have to have that means it uses the Zoom application if you have it on your phone.
Yeah, that would be using the Zoom application on the phone. That's not actually the same thing as what Alex is doing right now. Tim, as you're looking at your phone and your Zoom on your computer, do you see a way to connect those two so that your phone is providing the audio for your computer?
Switch to phone audio. Let's try that on the computer.
Yeah, that's going to be the same experience Alex went through. You're going to have to dial a number, put in the meeting ID and your participant ID and the passcode.
Oh, I just noticed
It says already joined.
Yeah. Okay. Alex, what were you saying?
What color is the shield in your upper left-hand corner of your screen, Doug?
What color is the shield in the upper left corner of my Zoom screen? It's yellow.
That's the same as mine. I wonder if it changed from green to yellow when I connected on the phone.
Yeah, when I click on the shield, it tells me there's one exception under encryption. So I think that probably means that your cell phone is not encrypted.
Well, I wonder if I hang up, it should go back to computer audio. It should go back to green.
Yeah, let's try that. Now, Tim's still on with his phone and his computer, so his phone might be not encrypted.
Okay, I'll switch.
Yeah, I went back to green. So Tim's cell phone is using the Zoom app on his phone, so it is encrypted. But Alex's audio call was not encrypted. That's the way I'm interpreting that.
Okay, Doug, I'm back on the computer now.
Okay. All right. I feel very exercised in my brain. Oh. See if there's something else here. Noise reduction, telephone audio, and replay the video after the live stream. So those are all of my notes.
Yes, the shield went green when I disconnected the phone.
Yes, I saw that also. It went green on my side as soon as you disconnected your phone. Chris says, if you should ask something, if I do not answer, I may have stepped out again. And yeah, okay, Chris is still in Zoom, but maybe he's away from the computer. Ida Rivera, hello to you. I take many webinars via Zoom. All participants are always muted. And if someone raises a hand, then the host unmute that particular participant. Yeah, that would be
if you got 100 people in a Zoom, that's the way to do it.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
Have it set so they can't unmute themselves.
Yeah, they raise their hand. Now that means the host has to be watching for that. And that's when it's a good idea to have an MC and a separate person functioning as host, so that the person that's doing all the talking doesn't have to be watching for the raised hands. Because
okay, if I raise my hand or something, if I do, does it give you a sound effect?
Yeah, we had quite a lot of echo when you were saying that right there.
That was my bad.
Oh, that was good. Yeah, Alex, when you raise your hand, I saw the yellow hand on your video, but it doesn't stay very long.
But it doesn't give you a sound effect when I click on raise hand or any of the options under the reactions menu.
No.
It doesn't give you a sound effect, so there's no way that they would know audibly that somebody has something to say. So somebody has to be watching, like you said.
Yeah, I did not hear any sound. And if you have the participants window open and you're visually watching it, you can see a hand there. Now, Alex, your hand is staying on your thumbnail in.
I have to click on the reactions and then click on lower hand, and if I do that, it'll go away.
Oh.
But what won't stay very long is if I do the thumbs up.
Yeah.
That will go away after a few seconds.
Okay, but your raising hand stays up.
Right.
All right. Okay, I get that. Hello, Jeff. I'm not sure if you've been there for a while, but I just noticed you. Chris, Darren, Catherine, Black Watch. Yeah, I recognize all the others. Let's see, what do I have showing? Oh, I still have chat showing on the YouTube. So the next person from Sam, my parents got me an M1 Mac so I could learn Mac operating system. I have a few Mac operating system clients. All right, cool. Who did I see also? Oh, I know. Mike Smith got a M1 Mac laptop. And he's really enjoying. Recovered. Hello to you, Rick. Tim might not want to put the phone number on YouTube. Yeah, I did see. I think, Tim, your phone number got exposed.
That was a Zoom number, not my actual number.
Oh, good. All right. Oh, was that the number that you actually dialed for Zoom?
No, I just opened up my credentials from my email and clicked on it. It opened up Zoom automatically.
Okay, but that wasn't your actual cell phone number?
No.
Oh, interesting.
Something interesting about when I dialed that number to call Zoom, because I called it manually, my phone actually registered that as being a Seventh-day Adventist church. That number is being from a Seventh-day Adventist. Okay. But it still said, thank you for calling Zoom when it picked up.
All right. Interesting. Did it audibly tell you that it was registering it as Seventh-day Adventist?
It told me that on the, like your phone does, if you call Walmart or call Target or call a business. On my Android phone, it will tell me, if I dial a number like for Pizza Hut or something, it'll say Pizza Hut on the screen after I dial the number.
All right.
But when I called the Zoom number, it said Seventh-day Adventist, not Zoom.us or anything like that.
All right. So it sounds like that phone number has an obsolete caller ID on it. Because it wasn't... You weren't calling Seventh-day Adventists, obviously. All right. Interesting. Yeah. And Alex, do you know if it was your phone number that was displayed on that window?
No.
No, because Alex didn't come in as a separate rectangle. I think what Chris is saying there was
I did come in as a separate rectangle. I was watching it on the YouTube. It had, if you call in on the phone, your rectangle is just a phone icon. It doesn't have your name or anything like that.
Oh, I thought the one that showed up as a phone number was Tim's calling in, because he was calling in as
it might have been, but before Tim called in, I was in and I was showing up as a phone rectangle.
All right. Interesting. All right, so I see here's another one of these spammers that
I have something interesting. I can switch meetings from Zoom to the phone.
Yes, I've discovered that too. If I start a meeting on the phone and I open up the application on the computer, I can switch it to computer, and the opposite is also true. If I start a meeting on the computer, I can switch it to the phone.
All right. That's switching to the Zoom app on your phone, I would suspect.
But when I was calling in on the phone, the phone number, according to the computer, I was still attached to the computer audio with my microphone muted, so I could talk to you on the phone.
All right.
So I didn't actually disconnect my Zoom computer audio. I was still on. So when I disconnected from the phone, hung up on the phone, I could just unmute the microphone and be able to hear you on, unmute the computer and the microphone, and you still be able to hear you again on the computer.
All right. That's contrary to how I thought it would work, because when you click on your computer in the bottom left corner next to the microphone and say switch your audio to phone, then I would expect that would mute your computer microphone and put you on the phone audio. Then if you switch back, that should drop the phone audio.
But there's also an option called leave computer audio, and I did not click that option. I just muted the microphone in Zoom.
Oh,
In the
okay.
invitation.
Okay, well then in that might have been why you showed up as a separate rectangle, because your phone came in as a separate connection.
But yes, because my video from the computer was still showing up in Zoom. But if I would have clicked on leave computer audio instead of switch to phone, if I would have clicked on leave computer audio, then I could have switched to the phone, and then I could have rejoined the computer audio. But because I didn't do that, when I disconnected the phone, it just I was able to click unmute on the microphone and unmute my speaker, and I was able to hear you, and you was able to hear me again.
If you did choose that leave computer audio, I would expect that your computer video will continue. Is that what you're deducing?
Okay, I'll try it and see what happens.
All right. While you're doing that, I'm looking back at chat to see if there's something else coming up.
You are correct, Doug. My video does continue.
Yeah.
And it just, if I hit leave computer audio, it just changes the microphone to a headset and says join audio, and gives me the option of whether I want to join via the phone, dial in like I did before, or the computer audio.
All right. And you do not come in as a separate rectangle in the Zoom session, right?
No, I do not. Until I call in on the phone, if I wanted to use phone audio, I'll come in as a separate rectangle. But if I just leave computer audio and don't dial in on the phone, then I won't come in as a separate rectangle.
Okay. If you leave computer audio, does that let you use the phone for audio?
Yes.
Okay, without dialing in, or do you still have to dial in?
I still have to dial in.
Okay. Okay. Have you actually done that yet?
Yes, I did.
And did you show up as a separate rectangle?
Yes, I did.
You did. All right. All right. Not the way I would have designed it, but they didn't check with me. All right, let's see. I got a couple oranges here. It looks like Sam Lazara adding printers on my Mac is strange. You have to download the drivers, then you can add the printer. I've had that with some PC printers where the automatically installed driver by Windows just doesn't work. And I've even seen, there's been some printers that come with in their instructions, they say, do not connect to your computer until you first download the driver. That's not all printers though. It's
HP printers are generally very good about, we have HP printer and they're generally very good about Windows detecting the drivers, but I'll still download the driver simply because it's an all-in-one with a scanner and fax machine and all that business, and I want the HP scanning software.
Yeah. some dude named Forrest. Oh, that's chit chat. Here's Sam on Windows. You do not need the extra step of downloading the printer driver. So again, I do sometimes have to do that. And I can't say off the top of my head which printers I do that and which ones I don't, but my preference would be to just connect the printer and go. And I cringe when my clients go to an office supply store and buy a printer just without really understanding what features it has, how the ink
The
works.
printer we have is like a professional business printer. It's an HP 9025 model. It can be enrolled in the HP Instant Ink program. So we have that. So they automatically ship ink whenever the printer's running low, which is really nice. We don't ever have to go to the store and pick up ink.
Yeah, okay. Moving on from Sam. Ken Stout Live, lost all my movies on my Windows Server 2016 Plex. Have had to back up all my movies. Need to buy another WD Red. I'm not sure if that's if there's a question in there or you're just telling us something. Have to back up all my movies. Need to buy another for backup. Yeah, well, all right. Catherine, RTFM, it really helps. Catherine, what is RTFM? Oh, I know. Never mind. Read the freaking manual. Ouch. And I suspect that was in reference to my comments about printers. Is that right, Catherine?
Yes.
Yeah.
Exactly.
And I do that. I open a new printer box. I will look at the manual and see what it tells me. And also I'll do that for making sure I'm removing all of the packing tape and stuff.
They have gotten better because they somehow found out, probably through service and support calls, that many people do not read the manual. Yes.
Yeah.
Not everyone can be you or me. Yes.
Right.
We do that, but like the rest doesn't.
Right.
So they started to put the info on the tape that you have to remove.
Yeah.
So before you remove it, you actually have to read it. Yes.
Yeah. Yeah, I have seen that they're getting better.
It's still a problem if you can't read at all. Yes.
Yeah. One that's really problematic is copy machines. The big full-size copy machines. Windows will find that through the network and install a printer driver, and it rarely works, especially Toshiba's. I always have to use the Toshiba software to install those. I just did one of those yesterday. Let's try getting moved on to another topic. Oh, Sam says, I never back up, so I'm paying the price. Yeah, have fun with that, Sam. I feel for you, I understand. An hour and a half late from Jim, and hellos for Jim's. Okay, so there are other topics that I had lined up for today. Let's go see if we can pick on another topic. There's Bob C to talk about. He hasn't shown up in chat, so I sent him an email this morning, let him know that we might be talking about his issue. And then there's the Gmail account. Yeah, let's go there. And then there's also that laptop that I showed last weekend. I am going to open it up and either reseat the video cable or replace the video cable. Probably not have to replace the display panel, but I'm going to disassemble it and leave it disassembled for a period of time. And I've shown my technique for that. And then I also added one shortly before going live. I got a text message from a client this morning. He said in the text message, he said he's trying to connect his Traeger to Wi-Fi. He didn't say barbecue. It took me a minute to realize that was indeed a Traeger barbecue he's trying to connect to his home Wi-Fi, and it requires 2.4 gigahertz rather than 5 gigahertz. And when I checked my notes, I found that we have a Ubiquiti Unify as his Wi-Fi device in the house, and I made notes of how I configured it. There was an option to combine the 2.4 and the 5.0 so that
nice.
when you connect to an SSID, you're getting both, and that the devices will auto-negotiate which one to use during any particular Wi-Fi session. But I suspect that his Traeger BBQ is not able to deal with that combined signal. So I'm going to have to unselect that check mark for his Ubiquiti Unify access point.
I have my 5G and my 2.5 separate.
Now, the other interesting thing, when I asked him, how are you doing the setup? And as he started explaining, I was having a hard time picturing it. And then I realized what he's doing is there's a QR code on the barbecue. He takes his cell phone on the camera mode, holds it up to the QR code, and then it automatically tries to configure the Wi-Fi on the barbecue just by holding his camera to the QR code. How is
I
it?
have another question. Which grill does he have?
I don't know.
Which one?
I don't know.
Oh God.
And that's not, we're not trying to answer a question for him. So that's not of concern right now. But what I wanted to point out, the way this is happening, is that when he uses a camera on the QR code, that triggers his phone to see what the Wi-Fi settings on his cell phone are, and it's trying to apply those Wi-Fi settings to the barbecue grill. So
Oops.
if his phone was connected to the 5 gigahertz, that's not going to work. He'd have to, and I tried to talk him through this. I tried to talk him through, go to your available Wi-Fi SSIDs and look for one that's labeled as 2.4, because normally I will set up a Wi-Fi access point for both 2.4 and 5 gigahertz, and I will label them. So there'll be the name of the SSID. One of them will say 2.4 at the end of it, or it'll say 5. And then the alternative, same name SSID, won't have a number. So it's the alternative. So he told me there isn't another one with the same name. I went and looked at my notes and found that I had combined them. So they have to be separate. But it was fascinating to me that just holding up the camera on your phone to the QR code would automatically pick up the Wi-Fi settings of your phone and apply it to the grill somehow.
I am not sure if I should be in awe that the grill has Wi-Fi or that I want to be terrified.
or sarcastic.
No, it's I don't know. A grill on Wi-Fi?
Yeah.
I don't know if that is a good or a bad thing, because it could be a real security risk.
Yeah, all of the
The
internet devices are
yes, but
security
especially
risks.
a grill, because someone can hack you, can enable the grill, and basically wherever the grill is, depending on where it is, can set your house on fire. Yes.
Sure.
And you come home, and 6 hours later, and emergency, police, fire brigade, everyone is there. Yes.
Yeah,
And you have a burnt down house.
I'm with you.
Oh my God.
You could always give the guy Jim's email address and have him support him on that.
What does he gain if his grill is hooked to Wi-Fi?
He can monitor it when he's inside the house.
See the temperature and
Yeah.
I have one of those devices, a probe, that works through Bluetooth, not Wi-Fi. I like the Bluetooth better.
Yeah. So anyway, going on to let's get to the blind carbon copy issue. Let's see, is Ken still? Yeah, Ken's still here. So Ken,
Or am I?
Is this the real Ken?
I don't know.
Phone.
The way I understand the Gmail issue, blind carbon copy, Ken, is you or somebody else, but I'm assuming it was you, sent out a Gmail from your Gmail account an email to multiple people who are on the blind carbon copy line, and the recipients were able to see each other's email addresses.
Sort of, kind of. If you blind carbon copy and they have a Gmail, they will see everyone's Gmail. I forward you the email that's in question, and that person did a carbon copy, not a blind carbon copy.
Oh, well,
which makes sense.
That's irrelevant then.
Yeah. So now the thing that on the one that was carbon copied, you can hover over anyone's name, open or view detailed something, and then you can see all of my activity that I've had with this person, emails, etc. And then it also shows my calendar, which is kind of interesting.
I'm doing that. I'm hovering over those, and I'm not seeing that option.
Maybe it's just on my end then, because.
And it should be. It's a feature for you. It's a convenience feature.
So nobody else can do that?
No.
Okay, cool.
I mean, it's worth testing to make sure they can't, but I feel pretty comfortable saying no. It's not the case.
Yeah, we kind of figured out that it's carbon copied, not blind carbon copied. So that makes all the difference in the world. But I find Greg Guy went and researched it, and he found an article that says anything that's BCC to other Gmail recipients, they can see other Gmail recipients' emails. I've not tested that yet.
Yeah, well, let me go show something that I found on that seems related to the subject, because whoever is reporting that Gmail participants can see other people's email addresses on a blind carbon copy line, that should not be happening, but I did find a circumstance where it's happening. Now I have this over here on, I made a folder on my bookmarks bar, and here I have a folder called BCC issue. And let's see, can you blind carbon copy email recipients without knowing them? You've used this feature. Oh, this one. Gmail shows blind carbon copy recipients. So here's an instance where I found that is happening, and it includes an explanation of the circumstances that this happens. So if somebody is reporting that they are encountering this, then I'd like to find out if they can check into this. So I'm just scrolling down several of these messages so you get an idea how lengthy this is. It isn't very lengthy. This was the person originally asking the question. If you send an email and list recipients in the blind carbon copy fields, then only the sender should be able to see the blind carbon copy recipients. If the BCC recipients are a mixture of Gmail accounts and non-Gmail, then the non-Gmail accounts do not see the BCC list, typo there, I think, which is correct. However, any recipient that is a Gmail account can see the full blind carbon copy list. This is wrong. This is a person making the complaint. They're having this symptom and they're asking for help with this. There's a good answer that comes up. So I'm just laying the groundwork here. This person is saying this has caused a GDPR breach, which is the European privacy laws, for our organization, as we have now shared private email addresses with people who are not entitled to see them. I can't find anywhere on Google's site to report this. It's not a Google problem. It's not a Gmail problem. At least the explanation that's coming up here. Let's make this larger. Here. And this is another person. I have further verified this conclusion. I added a Gmail account to Windows 10 Mail, not as a Google account, but as an IMAP account. In this mode, Windows 10 Mail used the correct Google server, SMTP Gmail, and when I send messages to blind carbon copy, the recipient does not see others. Now, this is a recommended answer. These are not showing in chronological order. So we're getting this a little bit out of order. This situation is caused by Windows 10 Mail using the wrong Google server to send through. The server mxgoogle.com is a receiving server, not a sending server. I reported this to a colleague who has contact with Google staff. For now, anyone using Windows 10 Mail should not use blind carbon copy. If you need to use blind carbon copy, sign in directly to your Gmail account using the webmail interface for Gmail. Now, this isn't the only explanation, but what this is saying is that if you configure Windows 10 Mail with a Gmail account, it may pick up the wrong server. It's saying it, at least on some occasions, picks up this as the Google server for sending email, but that is actually a receiving server. It should not be used as a sending server. So what they're implying here is that it's using that as a sending server, and that's causing a problem.
Oh my God. And okay, now I have a question.
Yeah.
Who in the hell who has the idea to use Windows Mail knows that?
Right. How would they possibly know that?
And I swear, each and every one that is using Windows Mail has no clue what both of those servers are, what they mean, what they do.
Right.
None of them.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Oh my God, this is, I'm
a huge
I'm
crisis.
not for words. I'm not for words.
The
I'm
user
sorry.
is going to get a new computer who's never had one before and say, oh, here's an email app. I'm going to use it. And how are they supposed to know otherwise?
They configure it as they configure their Gmail account into it.
I have an idea that'll help Ken out.
What?
Remember how we used to send emails out for our newsletters to our EA club, and we used the Excel spreadsheet along with Microsoft Word, and it would hide all those emails?
Yeah, I'm coming up to a suggestion along those lines.
Oh, cool.
Yeah.
So you're one step ahead of me.
Yeah, I've got a suggestion. That'll be better, easier than the Excel spreadsheet.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Yeah.
Doug, are you saying somebody outside of Gmail should not be experiencing the same thing?
Somebody outside
somebody whose address is not on Gmail but on that list should not be seeing.
I suspect, and I haven't been able to witness the symptom, but I suspect the problem originates from the sender of the email. And in this example, there's another one. In this example, the sender is using Windows Mail, and they've configured a Gmail account. They've used the blind carbon copy line and put in people's email addresses. And then I'm expecting that every one of the recipients will be able to see all of the email addresses.
No, I'm going back to Ken specifically.
Well, Ken specifically turned out to be a carbon copy line, not a blind carbon copy. So that's irrelevant.
I thought he was certain it was a BCC. I don't know.
Well, that's originally when he was first talking about it was BCC, but then Ken said once he actually saw it, it was a CC, not a BCC.
Now I'm confused.
Okay, Ken's got his hand up.
I got a letter from Zeev Menor, and he's on Gmail, and there were 3 other Gmail addresses that had been BCC'd. So when it's Gmail to Gmail, you're going to see it.
Well, I want to know what email client Zvi was using.
You'd have to ask him.
Was
I
he
honestly
using
don't know.
was he using Windows Mail or was he using Outlook? Because there's also an occasion where Outlook does this. We're coming up to that.
Oh, God damn it.
And what are you sending it with? What app?
I use just Gmail. I go to my Google Mail and send it from there.
But you're not having a problem.
I'm never going to hook up to anything else to do my Gmail because I'll get confused because I don't know what I'm doing. So I'm never going down that road.
So you're logging into Gmail on the web.
Correct.
Somebody let Jeff out of the closet. I can barely hear him.
Yeah, Jeff. Jeff, can you move closer to your microphone?
Just put the microphone down.
I got a different headset on here.
Oh.
There we go.
Yeah, I'm on my old computer right now. I'm still doing some maintenance on the new build.
So your microphone was picking up the people that were talking behind your back?
Well, there's nobody. Not unless it was you guys.
And Z said he used Gmail from browser.
Okay, so he used Gmail from a browser and sent with people on the blind carbon copy line, and recipients who have Gmail accounts are seeing the names on the blind carbon copy line. Is that what you're saying?
If he doesn't mind, I'll share my screen and show you.
Well, get a confirmation from him because I'd love to
All right,
see.
as I said, if he doesn't mind.
Yeah.
Of course I would.
I'd love to see that. Let me continue with these messages over here. Hi, all posters. Please respond. Has the issue turned out to be a misunderstanding or is it real? If this is really happening, I would have expected to be treated with some urgency. Seriously, let's see. In Gmail's web interface, you can get this using show original feature. No, this one really isn't pertinent. If you have difficulty posting headers, no. This was, I think, somebody maybe from Google who was trying to get more information about it. The one you
said okay, Tom.
This is expected behavior from this one. This is meaning you can see it if you're the sender. After reading your response, seemed to be misunderstanding. I'll come back to you in a moment, Kent. It's clear these people who I thought were seeing each other are not likely seeing them. Oh, this is somebody else. After reading the responses, it seems I was misunderstanding what I saw. So this was somebody else that's having a misunderstanding. But one of these came up with an Outlook issue. Windows. Okay, now this one says Microsoft has fixed the issue in Windows 10 Mail. Let those senders know they should run Microsoft Update to fix it. But the update should happen automatically. Would include details, only sender. I'm trying to get to the other one that had to do with Outlook. So I'm going to do a Control F and search for Outlook. It might be on the other, on the other link. I think it must be. So let me go do that. Live Windows Training, BCC issue, this one, and I'm going to search for Outlook. There it is. Blind carbon copy, Gmail doesn't seem to have it. That's not the one. Oh yeah, here. If you are using Outlook to send your messages, there is a bug in a particular update of Outlook that exposes blind carbon copy recipients. This bug does not affect messages sent from Gmail's own web interface at google.com. If you sent the message, then your copy of the sent message lists all the BCC addresses, but no copies received by others will include them. If you forward your sent copy or reply to it, then the previous addresses might be listed in the quoted text. It's up to you to delete the previous text. That one's not quite the one I was looking for. The one I was looking for, there was a bug at a point in Outlook 2016. They said where if you configure a Gmail account in Outlook, it also will come up with the same wrong Google server, and thereby exposing blind carbon copy messages. So coming back to Ken, you got a screen share for us?
Am I able to screen share?
Yeah. Well, let me see. Maybe
As host disabled.
All right. Let me go fix that. Go to security. Allow participants to screen share. So it's got a check mark now. Try it now.
Hopefully that's the right one.
All right, I've got your screen. Let's see, I've got it going over the video.
So you can see he sent me the mail, and down here it's got BCC to 1, 2, 3 other emails.
That's not cool.
Oh, well, now wait a minute. Wait a minute. Let me absorb this better. We are looking at your Gmail. This is the email string that you're looking at. I need to make this bigger. Let me go make, let's see, side-by-side gallery, side-by-side speaker.
I don't know if I can.
Okay, I just got it bigger.
Okay.
Stick with me. All right.
Oh yeah, much bigger.
So we have from Zvi to you. Ken, this is test mail for BCC. Can you see the other email addresses that are in the picture below? Well, he put this on as a picture. You're not seeing it on his email. You're seeing it here because he pasted a picture in an email that he sent to you that shows the BCC line. This is not an email sent from Javi to you with you and other people on BCC line. See, when you clicked on that drop down in the upper left corner, go ahead and do that again. You're not seeing the BCC line in here. You're only seeing it because he pasted a picture inside of an email. That's not relevant. Unless I'm misunderstanding something here.
You'd have to ask him.
What about that next one below, Ken? That next email.
When I replied to him?
Yeah, do the drop down. Whoever was calling for my attention, hang on. I think it was V actually. Yeah, there's no BCC listed there. So let me come back to Zoom. Can you?
Doug, can I explain?
Oh yes, there you are.
I'll stop sharing it.
No, leave your screen on while Zvi explains. Go ahead.
I send a picture with the mail. This is not the BCC. This is a picture only.
I understand that.
If we will open the to me, we will see only his mail, not others.
Is this, okay, maybe I'm understanding now, Zvi. Is this a picture of an email you received from Ken?
No, this is a picture when I sent to Ken.
All right, so, but it's showing that you can see everybody on the BCC line. You should be able to see everybody on the BCC line.
Of course,
you're the sender.
But Ken said, answer to me that he can see.
Oh, I think he misunderstood your question. I think he's saying that he can see it in your picture. He's not seeing it on his drop-down menu.
Read again this question I asked Ken.
All right. Close that window, Ken. Close that drop-down. Okay, the question that you asked to Ken. Hi, Ken. This mail is test for email with BCC. Can you see the other mail addresses as they are in the picture below? So Ken, he's not asking if you can see the BCC in the picture. He's asking if you can see those addresses on the BCC line on that drop-down menu that you clicked on a moment ago.
Oh, okay.
And you cannot. But you responded to Zvi that you can, but you were responding thinking he was asking you if you can see the BCC line in the photo that he sent you.
Right.
Okay. So I think that was all a misunderstanding.
That makes a lot of sense.
Okay.
Yeah, this is just a picture. I got that now.
Picture from his computer when he was sending it.
I will stop sharing.
Perfect. That's good. So I don't think we have anybody right now that is reporting that blind carbon copy recipients are being seen by the other recipients. Is that true? Is that a fair statement?
Chris Garrett sent me one. I need for him to tell me the approximate date, because if I go try to find it, I'll be here for an hour.
Well, you know how to
check my email.
You know how to search his emails, don't you? In your search field, just type his name, and you know, at least you'll reduce down to the ones that are involve him. Somebody just came in. Was that Jim?
Yep.
Hi, Jim.
Hello, Jim.
Ken.
He's mute.
He's mute. Oh yeah, I think he.
There we go. Got it.
All right,
Sorry.
Pressing the
No
space
problem.
bar.
Hey, Ken,
Yes.
I just sent the email.
Yeah, I just found it, Chris. No, I cannot. It says you to me, testing BCC, and that's it in the drop-down menu.
And you're not seeing any other
Well-
BCC.
I sent it to my other email address in BCC. I put that, and I see all the emails.
I see from Chris Garrett to me today 2:51 p.m. testing Gmail. That's all that's there. So maybe the fluke got worked out. Who knows?
Well, let me ask Chris. Chris, what I understood you to just say is you have two Gmail addresses of your own. They're different email addresses. You did a blind carbon copy. You had people listed in blind carbon copy from one of your email addresses. Your other email address that is different is able to see the blind carbon copy list?
Yes.
Okay.
Hold on, that's because I'm logged into that address. Maybe.
It would be if your receiving address has access to both accounts, then it's going to see them.
That's probably what it is. Okay, I guess I'm confused too. Okay.
Yeah, you could separate that out by logging in on a Gmail website to the single account and see if the blind carbon copies are available there, unless you have both accounts visible by your same Gmail login.
Doc,
Yeah.
you may want to go to the YouTube chat and delete hide some guys.
All
one
right.
at 403 and one at 406.
103 and 406. Okay, I see them. And there are more of that spam stuff. And then 106, yeah, both of them are spam stuff. So I'm gonna show the process of doing that. I'm gonna go report spam. I think it's better to report them than just hide them, because that may cause them more grief if they actually lose access to that channel. If you just hide them from your own channel, then they can still go do more. They can go still do their stuff. And that does actually hide them, doesn't it? I think it did.
Hey, Doug, I have a question.
Yeah.
I had a couple people join in on when I do a live gaming stream on YouTube. I will post the Zoom link in the description, because it's a one-time Zoom link. I have it set up to be a one-time Zoom link for every, so I have to go in there and manually copy paste a different link every time in the description.
Yeah.
I had a couple people join, and the first thing they said was a vulgarity, so I reported them to Zoom. Now, does that affect their ability to connect to other Zoom meetings, or just mine?
I doubt that it does either. When you report them to Zoom, I doubt that it does anything until Zoom gets a lot of reports about an individual account, and then they may be taking action. But I don't think one report is going to do anything. I think you're just stacking up the reports against that person, and if other people are reporting them, it eventually might get their Zoom account shut down, if they're even signing in to a Zoom account. because they could.
I had another person try to connect to me on Zoom, and that was watching the stream, and I said, and their name was a funny name, so I said, speak or show your camera or you will be removed, and immediately they removed themselves. I didn't have to remove themselves. I didn't have to remove them. They removed themselves.
Good. Let's see.
Don't forget to turn the share screen option off, Doug.
Yep.
Hey, Doug.
I've got a follow-up question for what Alex just said. You can actually remove someone from your Zoom session. Is that a 24-hour removal or is that a permanent removal?
I think it's a session removal.
Just a session?
And actually, I just think it's immediate because I've removed them and they've come back in.
And under the security tab, you can also lock the meeting so nobody else can come in. Like Doug could lock the meeting right now, so nobody else, even if they had the credentials, they couldn't come in the meeting.
Right.
That's true.
Hey, Doug.
Yeah.
I don't think YouTube's really gonna do anything when you report people.
Well, that's what you think. I don't know.
Well, I've had some problems on my channel, and
I
reported them over the past few months, and YouTube hadn't done anything.
Well, I suspect that it's similar what I described about Zoom. I think they've got to have a lot of complaints.
Yeah.
So you're doing a single complaint and then judging whether that resulted in anything. I don't think that's fair to say that YouTube's going to do nothing. I think it is totally believable that they're not going to take action just because you alone made a report. I think you'd have to have a lot of reports, and they probably have, I would guess that they have a threshold, that they have a certain number of reports that come in, and they probably have a threshold set at a certain number. All the ones that come over this threshold, we're going to go deal with them.
Okay, I got you. I figured they might see if I'm the owner of the channel that they would do something, but I guess not.
I don't think they're going to jump on it just for a single report. No. Somebody in the Zoom session tried to get my attention earlier. I think it might have been Chris. Was it somebody else that we stepped over? No. Okay, so nobody else.
I have a comment about the Wi-Fi, about his Wi-Fi situation, because I was he was talking about earlier, because I was in the other room.
Okay, let me just reply to Sam. He had in chat for me to check my emails. He has an email in there that he just sent as a test. I'm guessing that he put in some blind carbon copy addresses, and I do not see them. If that's what you were asking, Sam, I don't know if that was the purpose of asking me to check my email. Okay, and I'm gonna go mute Catherine because she's having a conversation with somebody else.
Either that or her cats.
Probably the cat. Jim?
So, Alex, you were just trying to take us to another direction, right?
Yes, I just had a comment about the situation I had about the Wi-Fi, related to the Wi-Fi. You was just bringing up about how the combined 2.4 and 5 gigahertz on the Ubiquiti.
Oh, okay.
Well, I had I don't know if this would be considered a similar situation or not, but remember a while back when I was telling you I was having router issues, and I rebooted my router to fix it.
Yeah.
I did the firmware update on the router. Now this is the same router I've had for 4 or 5 years. Well, I was talking to, since I've been playing these games, I noticed that I was trying to do an online Mario Kart race, and I could not, and it kept saying a communication error occurred. Well, my Wii had connected to the same Netgear router fine before in access point mode, but now it won't connect at all. It won't even connect to the network device, let alone the internet. Well, I was on the Zoom with Sam on one of my live streams, and he said that I should try turning on my mobile hotspot and connecting my mobile hotspot to my Wii. Well, guess what? That worked.
Oh.
So my conclusion is that when I did that firmware update, it somehow messed with the Wii being able to connect to my Netgear router that I have in access point mode.
You did a firmware update for your router?
Yes.
And that's when the Wii was no longer able to connect?
As far as I know,
Okay.
because I didn't try it until just a couple of days ago when I started streaming these games.
Okay, so you're not certain that that was the time when the Wii developed the problem because you didn't test it right away after the firmware update.
But if I turn on my hotspot on my cell phone and try to connect the Wii to it, it will connect just fine.
Okay. I would wonder if the firmware update to your router changed some element of default settings that the router manufacturer determined were important for security's sake that the Wii was not able to get around. So maybe you can make configuration changes on your router in such a way that the Wii will be able to connect directly to the router again.
I'm not worried about it.
All right.
I just thought that was interesting and thought I would, try. Thought that was the reason why. But Nintendo had pretty much discontinued all of the online services for the Wii, except for the shop channel. So if I wanted to like download a N64 game or NES game or whatever, since those games aren't really big, I could just connect my hotspot and download it real quick and disconnect it, and it wouldn't use that much data.
Yeah. That sounds like a good way to go. If you wanted to chase it down, it'd be interesting to see if you're able to reverse the firmware update to the router and then the Wii works again.
No, I'm not even going to try that, because if it breaks my router, then I'll have to buy a.
Yeah, your router is the more important part.
Sounds like a Netgear.
That's what it is. It's a Netgear router in access point mode. But every other device connected back to it just fine after the firmware update.
I did a firmware update on my Netgear router, and I couldn't even get on it at all unless it was hardwired. And I never did fix the problem. I got rid of it.
How old is your Netgear router, or was?
The one I had the problem with was fairly new.
This one has been. We've had the same router for like 5 years now, and it's always been a pretty well rock solid.
Are we playing Name That Router based on facts now?
Yeah.
Just wondering.
Symptoms sound very familiar.
I can name that router in one note. Wait a minute, that's a different show. Never mind.
And I don't see any reason to update the router unless it breaks, because it's a 1 gig router. So my mom's computer shows a 1 gig connection to the local network, but we've only got about 50 to 60 meg down and 10 up. So there's absolutely no reason to upgrade, because it can handle that perfectly.
I won't do a firmware update ever again on a router.
Oh, what happened?
I had quit working. It was a Netgear. Had the same symptoms as Alex.
No, my symptoms are after the firmware update, every other device in the house connects to the Netgear router just fine. The only thing that doesn't is the Wii. And I'm not worried about it, because at this point, my Wii is the oldest device in this house.
Okay. Responding to comment Sam Lazar and Chad, if we get a 2.4 gigahertz only device we have to use, I will get a spare router. That's not a bad spare access point. It doesn't have to be a full router, just access point, or you can I've done it sometimes where I've used a spare router that has Wi-Fi capability and just disable the router function and just use it as a Wi-Fi access point. Call YouTube, tell them to allow more than 200 characters in chat. Yeah, like I have that kind of pull.
I don't want to use have to connect another router though, because all of my equipment is up there in the same, all of the network equipment is up there in the same area.
Yeah.
And I don't want to, it's the same reason why I don't want to enable my ISP built-in wireless on the modem, because I don't want there to be a whole lot of wireless interference, because already our security system puts off its own network for the cameras to connect to.
Yeah.
And then the security system in turn connects the main panel to our security, to our Wi-Fi.
When that show ends, let me know. I need to check something on Roku.
I'm gonna mute Ken. He's talking to somebody else. Oh, I guess he's back now.
I'm back too, and I unmuted myself again.
Well, thank you for muting yourself when you walked away, because some people, such as Ken, don't do that.
Oops.
So let's see, I'm trying to respond to some people who hit me in orange in chat. And it's from Sam. At home, we're getting sprinkler systems. They use 2.4 gigahertz. My Wi-Fi is 5 gigahertz. Sprinkler systems on Wi-Fi. Will it ever end? No, it won't. And that's about to his that part where he was lost movies on a failed hard drive. Okay, have I caught everybody that hit me in orange? I think so. And at the bottom again, yep, that 2008 comment, I've seen that. Okay, so what else do I have in my list?
The SOD for Bob.
Yeah.
I was really interested in seeing that, but I don't guess you want to do it unless he's in the
No, we can do it. We can do it. We can deal with this because we can give him information. He actually went looking through my videos trying to find a video dealing with this error message. So if we cover some ground on this, it could be helpful for him. I don't know what degree of difficulty it will take for him and I to get together. He and I could do a one-on-one session that I would publish as a recorded video later. But I have a little more content for you on this. Is actually the photo. But here what I wrote about it. Bob C is getting blue screen error, bad system config info after Windows 10 update. Bob sent this email. He says, here's my computer question problem. I did a Windows update before Christmas. Before I took off a couple of weeks, I shut down my computer. I was given the option to let Windows continue to do the update and shut itself down when complete, or to just shut the computer down. I didn't trust the computer to turn itself off, so I selected shut it down. The other day when I tried start up, I got the attached image as my message. I'm going to show you the image. It's not real helpful, but I'll show you the image. But something that I didn't catch this right away is he was given the option to let Windows continue to do the update and shut itself down when complete, or to just shut the computer down. I don't think I've ever tried that, and I'm suspecting that's perhaps what caused a problem in this environment, because you've probably all experienced when Windows is doing an update and you get that little orange dot or red dot in the notification area, bottom right corner of your screen, letting you know the computer needs to be restarted to complete installing the update. Well, if you go to the start button and choose instead, click on power, there'll be an option here to install updates and shut down, install updates and restart. What he's telling us, he actually chose shut down without continuing to install the update. So whatever amount of installation was already done,
Yeah.
had been completed, and he didn't allow that to complete on the shutdown.
So
I think
yeah,
that's
he caused the error himself, basically, by shutting down the PC.
I think so, but the fact that Microsoft allowed him to do that or gave that as a choice was perhaps flawed. I would never want somebody to do that. I'd want them to choose install the updates and shut down, or even better, install the updates and restart.
Yes, I always choose install and restart.
I'd rather it all get done in one.
Is it possible that he could have just manually shut the computer down holding the power button in for like 3 seconds or whatever?
It is possible, but his email implies that's not the case, because he says, let me finish. He was given the option to let Windows continue the update and shut itself down when complete, or to just shut the computer down. That sounds like an option he was offered.
So I have 2 questions.
Yeah.
Which Windows version is he on?
We do know it's Windows 10. We don't know which Windows 10.
Yeah, but it's important, yes? So it would be helpful to know that too, yes?
It would be helpful, but I don't think we're going to be able to get that at this point, because let me show you what the situation is currently. I'm going to go bring up that.
And which update failed on him?
Well, he didn't get a message of any update failing. It just won't start.
Yeah, because
he didn't get any update error message.
But when updates are usually they're downloaded and then they are installed, yes?
Right.
And if it's a really big update, it says, well, you have to restart the PC to do the update, yes?
Right.
So he must have seen the KB number before.
But he wouldn't have paid attention to it. He's not a technical person. He wouldn't have paid attention to the KB number.
Okay.
Or the description of the update. It's I'm sure it's fair to say that he's a normal person, not a tech person like most of the people here. So here's the photo. Here's the photo. It's what he's getting. So when he turns the computer on after being gone for a couple weeks, that was an extra disadvantage. Your device ran into a problem, needs to restart. We're just collecting some error info and then we'll restart for you. He took this picture when it's at 41%. And then I'll try to zoom in, make this bigger. For more information about the issue, possible fixes, visit Windows Stop Code. If you call a support person, give this info. So bad system config info, and I put that into the description of this video. And then if you hold your cell phone camera up to this, it tries to take you to a web page that deals with that, but every time I've done it, it has not been helpful at all.
Oh, gee, there'd be a shocker.
Yeah, Microsoft just isn't good about that. But I did capture
Microsoft will help you if you send money to a gift card.
To a P.O. box.
Doug?
Yes.
Can I regress back to this email thing just briefly?
Okay.
I have a question for Sam. He sent you a BCC. What emails did he include on that?
Well, he didn't tell me, and I don't know, but I'm presuming he included...
Yes, he did, Doc. He did tell you, but you never read the chat, so...
Catherine! Oh, you just pushed my button when you say that mean, nasty thing. I never read the chat.
You're always like 15 minutes late at least. And when I refer to something in the chat, You have already forgotten what you were talking about and what I was referring to.
Yeah, that's true.
No, he could just disable the chat so he could be focused on on the Zoom session and what he's planning on talking about.
No, Catherine, that was funny. I'm serious, Doug. Very, very serious.
You're serious that was funny?
No.
What are you serious about?
I can do this privately. It's not working, so I'll do it here. Sam, is my email on that?
Oh, now look at here. I said I see that Sam has a 129 that he included me, Ken Stout, and Zavi Manar. Well, that was within less than a minute ago. Did he do it? Did he tell me those before?
Yes, he did.
Okay, so I'll find that by searching for Zavi's last name. If I do Control F and paste that.
Doug, if I'm not on it, I could care less. It's up to the other people to squawk.
Yeah, okay.
You know.
I would think so.
Apparently Sam hasn't got his ears on to me, so I have to do it here. I'm sorry, but I have to.
Let's see. Can mention the email. Say BCC from browser against out. No, but Catherine, I don't see any other message from Sam where he told me that who he sent it to.
It's probably already gone because you're always late.
Catherine, you're just being mean to me now.
No.
There is no other message from Sam where he tells me who he included in the BCC.
I have seen it before, and that was like at least 15 or 20 minutes ago. So
I haven't seen it.
YouTube has already deleted it in the chat. You cannot scroll up too far.
I can scroll all the way up to before the live stream started. I got 1048 here from Tony Wallow. That was before the live stream started at 11 a.m. So I see everything here.
Okay, if you see everything, then you should you should look for Sam's message because it was here. I swear, I've seen it. What am I drinking today? Nothing. I don't drink anything that contains alcohol, Chris.
All right, but it's not here.
When I find it and I tell you the minute, then.
Yeah, you tell me when the time is, Catherine, because I am defensive with your rude statements.
101,
I never look at
your time. 101.
What?
101 time.
101?
Yes. Sam sent a message to both you and I. Says he'll send a test from my personal Gmail with Apple Mail, Mac OS operating system.
It says, Sam, he addressed this comment to you and to me. He addressed the comment to you and to Ken Stout and to me. He says, I will send a test from my Gmail with Apple Mac OS. It doesn't say who he included on the BCC line.
Exactly, Doug. I got your back. That's not the question. You're right, Doug. Absolutely right.
Yeah, but that was Catherine's criticism of me that Sam did say who did BCCs to, and he did not.
No, I said that Sam sent you the message. I did not say with one word he mentions the BCC.
Oh,
Jeff wants to say something.
I got his email.
And Doug, I'm sorry, I'm not being rude. I'm telling the truth.
End of round one.
I saw Sam's email before I mentioned it, and but it had no content in it. Okay, but yes, I didn't. Now, I got you people in Zoom, and Catherine here are in Zoom. You guys are looking at chat. Bring my attention to it. Come on, I'm busy here.
I got it back dug up. That went down exactly the way he said.
You're here. You guys can help me. You can bring my attention to chat when you see something there I need to go look at.
Yes.
All right.
We have two hands up, Alex and Jeff.
Let's move on.
I was just raising my hand to tell Doug that Jeff was raising his hand.
I have
Yeah.
Okay.
See, you want me to keep track of hands being raised, chat, talk about subjects, think about what to do. Oh, man.
I have a question about something that happened on my laptop yesterday.
Yes.
All right. I have an HP laptop running Windows 10 version 20H2.
All right.
All up to date. My wife, I needed to help my wife fill out a survey before we went to the doctor yesterday, and they sent an online link and whatever. So my laptop was upstairs in my office. She can't climb the stairs, so I take it down to her. And I had previously shut it off. And I was in the administrative account on the laptop, and I just did the regular shut off through Windows and said shut down. And I unplugged it, and it was just sitting here on my desk. So I take it downstairs, plug it in. We set it up, log into my wife's account, go to her outlook.com email, do the survey, everything. We're all done with that. I hit the shutdown from her account, and it says it can't shut off because somebody else is logged in. Why did it log me back into the administrative account when I supposedly had shut it all the way off?
Yeah, I've seen that. I've seen that.
I re-logged into the administrative account, logged out of it, and then shut down from the icon on the lower right. And I haven't tried to start it up again. I'm going to see if that changes anything.
Jeff, it sounds like you accidentally, instead of hitting the shutdown button when you tried from your administrative account.
I did not put it into sleep.
It sounds like you accidentally hit the hibernate button, and that would have caused.
I don't even see the hibernate button on mine.
I disagree with that, Alex, because if he had done hibernate, then when you turned it back on, it should have gone all the way back to Jeff's desktop, not to the login screen.
Well, and the other thing is I've had issues on this with not being able to come back from sleep mode. And I had asked you on another chat one time, and you explained to me how to go to Device Manager and hunt down all the stuff that can shut it off when you don't think about it. And I think I've got all of those, but when it's in hibernate, it's still using a little battery power, isn't it? Tiny bit?
No.
Or sleep?
No. Sleep, yes. Sleep, yes, not hibernate.
Okay. Doug, where do you come up with that you think it should go directly to the desktop instead of to the login screen when you hibernate?
Well,
because in my experience, it goes to the login screen and you have to put in your password again, depending on how you got the computer set up.
Yeah, depending upon how, and you're right to question that because Jeff, do you have a password for your administrator account on that computer?
Yes, and I've got my.
Okay. Then it should go to.
And I think on the administrator account, I have a password, but I don't necessarily require it when the screensaver goes on. Because sometimes when I'm updating software and whatever, I'll let it, for Windows Update, I'll let it start doing this thing and I'll go do something else.
Okay.
But when I started it up again, it just came to the main screen and I had to select which account to log into. I have an administrator account, I got a personal account, I got my wife's personal account.
And at that point, it does not give you any indication that your administrator account is already logged in.
No, it didn't. I mean, I wasn't paying attention to look for it, to be honest.
Yeah, well, my experience is it does not give you any clue there. But when you log in with your wife's account, if you then go over here to
right, I know how to look, but I just didn't look.
Yeah, but other people watching this video might not.
Okay.
So let me walk through this.
Okay, sure.
If you click on the Windows button, whoops. Let's come back here again. I didn't mean to bring that screen up. So Windows button, and then come up here to your profile icon, single left click. It will show any other users that are that you could log in with, and at this point, you might be able to see that the other user, the admin user, is logged in. I think.
Yeah, I'll check the next time I try
this.
this.
Something here, if you are. Now, here's another idea of what might be going on is I'm going to do Windows key and then power space ampersand. I'm just trying to get to the power and sleep settings. And then
Do you think it has anything to do with the fast startup settings?
That's where I'm going. That's where I'm going. So this is something for you to check, Jeff, unless you already know the answer. But in this power and sleep settings, it's not on this screen. What you got to do is go to additional power settings, and then up here in the upper left, choose what the power buttons do. This is totally a nonsense place to go for the option we're trying to change, but it's Windows, remember?
Well, like I told you before, I had to completely disable that setting in group policy on all of our school domain joined computers because that setting messes with the ability to do wake on LAN. So if you got the machines turned all the way off, I could restart them completely from the server.
Right.
If you got that setting turned on, you cannot do that. So I had to go in and figure out how to set the group policy to disable it.
Okay, yeah, I've seen that. So let me get through this part here. By default, Windows 10 has a check mark in this box right here that says turn on fast startup. And it's recommended by Microsoft,
Yeah,
right?
I don't remember what I have there. I think I unchecked it, but I will have to look to be sure.
Yeah.
I went through all the power settings when you had advised me how to take care of the sleep problem.
Okay, now let me finish through this description for other people who might not be halfway there already like you are. I want to point out this checkbox is grayed out. You cannot click on it. The way to make that clickable is you got to come up here to this link that says change settings that are currently unavailable. When you click on that, then these checkboxes become available. By default, Windows has a check mark here. And what that does is if you have a check mark there, then when you go to your power button down here in the bottom left corner and choose shutdown, it is doing a hybrid shutdown. It's a hybrid shutdown or hybrid hibernate. Either way you word it, it's the same way. And what it's supposed to do, what the documentation says that does, is it shuts down the user profile on the computer, but it hibernates the system profile. Now that description of what that does should not produce the symptom that Jeff is describing, but I don't trust that description. So you want to be sure that you're getting a full shutdown. Make sure you don't have that, that check mark.
Just for my edification and maybe somebody else's, would you explain the difference between hibernate and sleep?
Yes. And just before describing that difference, I want to take this checkbox a little bit further, in my opinion, and I have not tested this. If you're about to make an image of your hard drive because you want to restore it to another hard drive, you should make sure you have a full shutdown, because I don't feel confident about creating an image of a hard drive that's in a hybrid shutdown state.
Okay.
I want to
well,
see.
Thanks for that advice. I'm actually getting ready to image that hard drive and put it on a solid state drive.
Yeah.
Or if you just want to copy your files using like a Linux Live USB, if you try to access your hard drive through that Linux environment with that option turned on, it will not work. So you have to turn it off in order to access the hard drive from a Linux environment.
Well, my backup software, I'm going to boot from a Linux USB. I mean, it's part of the software. I'm using Paragon Hard Disk Manager for those that are interested.
Okay, so now let's move on to Jeff's other question about the difference between hibernate and sleep. Hibernate will write the current state of your computer, including open applications, to the hard drive and store it on the hard drive as an image of your working memory. So then when you actually hibernate the computer, it is fully powered off. The only thing that is available for it to start up with is to read that full image of the state of the memory from the hard drive into memory. So it's not actually reinitializing all of your hardware drivers and reinstalling all your system, all of the DLLs and stuff that run in the background. It's just restoring it to RAM memory. But sleep does sort of the same thing, except it does not power off. It is not writing everything to the hard drive. It's just putting the computer into a very low power mode, and you can wake that up with a mouse movement or a keyboard press. Some computers, you actually have to press the power button. The power button might actually be blinking. How sleep is implemented, it seems to me, is different from one model computer to another.
Yeah. I have not been able to get sleep to work properly on this laptop if it stays in sleep more than a relatively short period of time. Say if it stays in sleep overnight, I cannot wake it up again. I have to hold down the power button all the way and shut it clear down that way.
Yeah, I have seen that.
And which is why I had asked you earlier, and I found a whole bunch of things in Device Manager that can put it to sleep. And tried to change all those settings as you had advised me.
Yeah, disable the power management of device drivers. And it's not because the reason for disabling that is because that functionality isn't working right. If your computer goes into sleep and it won't wake up after a period of time, the only reason to go into Device Manager and disable those power management of those devices is because something isn't working right. It's not waking up correctly.
Right.
And it's
right. Neither the mouse nor the keyboard nor just hitting the power button quickly will wake it up.
And that solution it's a workaround solution.
Right.
That I found has worked, but.
Okay, thank you. I'll check that.
Yeah.
Even on the laptop, I've gotten into the habit of always disabling the sleep and the hibernate and never turning the monitor off. I just don't have any reason.
Well, I thought I had set all of that stuff in the normal power settings portion, even going into the advanced mode and doing some stuff there. But it was still going to sleep at some point, and I couldn't wake it up.
Jeff?
Yes.
In Device Manager, under the Wi-Fi card, check if there is
Go into sleep mode.
The tick in that the Wi-Fi card can go to sleep. And if it is, take that tick out.
Yes, that's what I tried to do. That's what Doug had advised me to go.
Exactly.
And I thought I had all of the hardware set that way, but there were so many items, it's possible I missed one. I'm going to have to go back and just methodically go through them again.
There's a lot. Okay, let me
Ian's trying to say something.
Who is?
Ian.
Ken. And keep in mind, I've got to go back to chat soon or I'm going to get yelled at.
I've got it. Yeah, I've got a question. You may choose to not answer. I would understand, but something was let out of the bag yesterday on Carrie's stream toward the end.
I've been wanting to ask about that.
Hey, I'll go out on a limb. The only thing you can do is kick me out. Are you getting the big beast build this week?
The big beast build.
From Carrie?
You mean that computer he's been working on?
That would be the one, yes.
No. Why would I be getting that?
Because it's a 3 hour, 48 minute, 16 second. They let the cat out of the bag.
What did they say? What did they say?
DougBetts is getting the big beast build. It's coming over this week, and we're going to do a couple videos, and you're going to help him lift it because Mitch can't.
He said that yesterday?
Yes, sir.
Said that
Yes,
I'm
sir.
coming over
He did.
this week.
You're good though. I like that. Your eyes rolled upward first, and you're like, "How do I answer this?" That was good.
You said you had too much money.
Actually, this is actually very, very serious. I have no awareness that he's wanted me to go over this week to pick up the Big Beast build.
But are you getting it?
This
Is the
is
question.
the first I've heard of it.
I don't think he actually said this week, Ken. He did say that.
No, he did say this week.
Did he? Okay.
Well,
I
watched
but I didn't think he did.
What was the time? What was the timestamp? You actually
3 hours, 48 minutes, and I believe 16 seconds.
3
Yep.
hours,
Doug,
48.
he also said you really wanted that computer.
Oh, sure I want it. Are you kidding? That'd be an amazing computer to have. You know how much trouble I have with this computer? It's so 2012.
And 10 once-year-old one when you get the new one, though.
So you would actually use it because we was having the discussion last night in Kansas.
Let him go look it up. Give him time to go look it up, and then he can come back and answer.
I'm
Doug.
You've got to see the
do
video,
not
Doug.
know anything about me going there this week to pick up the Big Beast build. That's just crazy.
I think he even said they're going to do a live thing about it.
Yes, they did.
Yeah.
Or two.
So yesterday,
I'm gonna have to call him.
got
You're
it
gonna
over
have to
here.
call Kerry on the phone and say, "No, I'm not coming over there to Arizona to get it this week. I'm too busy or whatever. If you're too busy."
3:40. Oh, that's way at the end. It's only 3 hours.
At the very end.
Minute. Let's go.
I got a confession, Doug.
What?
Mitch's lemonade and the Gatorade, I spiked it yesterday, so they kind of.
That could be an explanation of why they would say something.
They got money loose, but
If you want absolution, I'm not a priest, but I'll do it.
3:48:16. So here's 3:47, 3:47:50, 3:47:57. Faster speed. 3:48:16 is where I need to stop. Okay, so here I'm going to go at 3:48:10. Here we go, bringing up on screen. And let's see, I've got to unmute it. Oh, that's, but that means I've got to mute my live stream that's going over. Where is it?
Where did Ken just go? He's gone.
Yeah, really.
Here.
Oops! I told you.
Do that.
You told him.
Okay, so here we go. Here we go. I'm gonna play. Whoops! I still didn't get it unmuted.
Still not working.
3:48:12. You said 3:48:16. Here we go.
That's an approximation. It may not be accurate.
I'm still not hearing it.
I'm not hearing it
I'm
either.
hearing some other noise in the background though, like it's coming over somebody's.
That's
audio.
me and the camera girl giggling.
Oh, it still shows muted. All right, try that again. 3:48. Here we go.
Edit them on Big Beast, so he's anxious for it. Okay. So we'll have a video or two we'll do together. A lot of videos.
Back it up a little bit.
I'm backing it up a little bit. I want to see what he said.
Maybe join us together.
I'm backing up.
And I have that new HDMI wireless thing to check out too. The company's been, yep. And then I'm going to show in Office 2019 how to download it, install it without a Microsoft account. That'll be next week. Try and do that Monday if I can.
Come on.
And then I have just a whole ton of content. I've got to get the Big Beast build done. I've got to do the research on that RGB part I need. And I think I might get DougBetts down here to join me. Maybe join us together. Okay. And put him to work. If you haven't checked out DougBetts' channel, DougBetts Live Windows Training. He does a lot of live, unscripted computer repair. He's been in the business, like me, for over 30 years. And still has customers, like me. A lot of similarities between us.
And Big Beast is going to Doug.
Yeah, he's going to drive out from Fresno and load it in his car. It's too big to ship it. And he's got a lot of videos he needs to edit. And he really wants to edit them on Big Beast. So
Yeah,
he's
see, that
anxious.
wasn't, it wasn't, that was not,
So
he
we'll
said
have a
something
video,
about what he
we'll
was
do-
doing next week, and then he tacked on that Doug was coming, that the two are not related.
Well, he said, now what Kerry said he wants to get DougBetts down here, put him to work. He didn't say anything about me getting the computer.
No, right at the end he didn't.
Mitch did.
Mitch did, correct.
Mitch did. What does he know?
But I have to admit,
I'm just the reporter asking the questions here.
Sounds
Mr.
to me
Bell.
like Kerry wants.
Every minds want to know.
Kerry wants to. Now wait a minute. Did he say next week? I don't
Yes,
think
he
he said that. Did he?
no.
No, he said he just wants to get DougBetts down here and put him.
Oh, he said he's got a lot to do next week, and then he mentioned Doug. Okay.
And also because Mitch can't help put the Big Beast build up on the counter.
Right.
Oh, that'd be such an amazing computer to have.
But he said
I
you
do
were
like the
gonna
fact that you, Doug, I have to admit, you did your Ralph Cramden thing very well. Humana.
Did you notice Mitch was slurring his words badly at that point? So
Right. Right. I did catch the beginning of their video yesterday, so I know about Mitch's bedhead.
Yeah, he did make reference to his hair.
His hair, yeah. I thought it looks fine, Mitch.
So this is neither a denial or an acceptance that you are getting the Big Beast build?
This is, I would love to go down there and work with him and appear on video with him.
And not bring the Big Beast build home, correct?
plead the fifth, Doug. Plead the
Why-
fifth. I like you.
If he...
That's all, folks.
There are other
Yeah, I'm trying to get you that old machine, brother. I really am.
You're trying
I'm
to
working
get
on
me
it for
what?
you.
Will it fit in the back of your airplane?
If I were to be bringing that thing here, I'd probably want to rent a U-Haul truck.
It should fit in the pilot.
Alexa, get Doug out of here.
It may weigh more than Doug. You never know.
Will the airplane stay in the air with it in the airplane?
Can't you just put wings on it with all those fans?
Yeah, really. I gotta go check something out in the other room. I
Ay,
will be right
caramba.
back.
All right. Where are we at with that list? Or actually, there's a bunch of stuff in chat. I told you I need to catch up with chat. What of all the stuff we've been talking about should I have excused from? I think it was here. Let's see. That was the Netgear router there. So Chris Garrett saying, I've shut it down like that before and finished later when I start back up, sometimes the next day, sometimes a few hours. Yes, it will usually work, but I'd rather see it, and particularly when I'm working with a client's computer, I want to restart it and see it get done because I don't want them call me tomorrow saying it wouldn't start up. If there is a problem, I want to find out as soon as possible. But I don't know if that delay in time would cause a problem. But doing the shutdown installing updates and shutting down, that's okay. I'm okay with that. But doing the shutdown without installing the updates after it's already done some installations, yeah, I don't know. That seems risky to me. But okay, so there's Sam's comment about who he sent to. The blue screen bad system config info is something to do with computer registry. Possibly. There's other possibles, but that could be. And restore point, yes, that's my favorite solution. So I'm wanting to demonstrate that with this laptop right here.
How I would do that, Doug, is I would make a Windows 10 USB, or if you already have one, boot up to that and then do system restore through that.
Yeah, but we're dealing with a normal person here, not a technician. That's how I would do it. If you were doing it, or I would do it in my possession, yeah, that would be preferable. So good input. Let's see. Hello, Catherine. Going to orange. Sam forgot to mention anyone else. Bill, Doug, I was watching one of your videos about the RoboForm application. Yeah, I remember. I think I saw a comment from you, Bill. Then Sam, Timmy, and Ken live be back later, having breakfast and going to apply for IT help desk jobs online. Great. Looking for work. Whoops.
I have a comment about that.
Let me.
I got a job. I got a call for a job interview in person this Wednesday. That's only about 30 minutes from me. So I'm really happy about that. My mom would be happy because she wouldn't have to drive an hour to come and get me every day.
Great. Yeah, I heard that. I heard you announce that. I thought that was going to be this past Wednesday. Maybe I got something out of line. So that's next Wednesday.
It's this Wednesday.
Great.
And then also my birthday is Monday. So it's gonna be a fun week for me.
Great. Really happy to hear that, Alex.
Next time you see me, I'll be 28.
Oh, okay. Great. Going back to chat. Chris, I have let my computer update, then shut down later. Start never shut down while installing an update. Yeah, right. Going to the next orange. I meant let it finish installing, shut down, turn on later, finishes updates. Yeah, should do that. And here's another one of these. Yep, same kind of spam here. So interesting thing here that I'm realizing is that when you report it, it actually accomplishes hiding as well, I believe. So EUYF, gonna report unwanted commercial. I can still keep my eyes on that in the background. EUYF, thanks, we received your report. Yep, they're just absolutely gone. Oh, here, this was another comment. And now once I did the report, I no longer get the 3 dots to go look at anything else by that. And Chris, thank you for hiding that one. Let's see. Chris is asking, do you use Uncle Kerry tools? It says power settings. I do have Uncle Kerry's tools. I prefer not. I prefer going through my checklist. If I use Uncle Kerry's tool, then I don't get it recorded in my checklist, and I didn't find that it saved me enough time. I don't have the same preferences. So I have it. It's a good tool. I like the existence of the tool, but I'm not using it myself. Ida, maybe it's your New Year's gift from Kerry. That'd be great. Meaning the Big Beast build is a New Year's gift from Kerry to me. That'd be awesome. Wow.
Your gift to Tim will be your old computer.
Tim gets my old computer. I don't know about that. If I
ain't giving that up.
If I were to get the Big Beast, build, whoops, I didn't want to hit that button.
When you get the Big Beast build?
If I were to get the Big Beast build, my current computer would become computer number 3. Big Beast build would become 1 and 2, and my current computer would become number 3. And these other rinky-dink, slow, old computers I have would go bye-bye, and that would just break open a whole bunch of fun things I like to do with these computers that I can't do right now because they're just not strong enough.
Primarily, it'll break open your bank, but other than that. So, hey, is Greg Guy still in the YouTube chat? I need to let him know I just did something on my Roku that worked without a problem.
Now, Doug, can I do it now? Now? Now?
What?
I got the button on hide Ken from the channel. You want me to click it now?
Oh, to hide Ken or report him?
No, hide him from the channel. That's what you said.
I just no, don't do it now.
Nuts. No fun.
Doug, I have another Zoom question.
Okay, let me hold it just one moment. Let me catch this because Bill Sony also asked if I fixed the RoboForm problem that I was having with getting RoboForm to sign in for Windows applications. No, I have not. I did get a very helpful comment on that video from Who was it from? I know who it is. I can't think of the name right now. But he did a lot of research and actually did scripting within RoboForm. I think that's way too intense. Wow, Chris, you are really on it with this next hiding that one. Confirming that it is. Yeah, it's another one of those. So I could...
Chris is on the ball.
Yeah, I could stop that real quick by turning on the subscribers only.
Chris has a new hotkey on his new laptop. That's why.
Yeah. Okay, so now somebody was just bringing up wanted to bring up a new subject. Was it Alex?
Yes.
Yeah, go ahead.
When I'm streaming the games, because I don't want anybody to see my bed behind me, I will have my game full screen and have Zoom as a window capture on top of it, so I can use the virtual background and people be able to log in with the Zoom link I post in the description. Well, I've got OBS set so so I can minimize Zoom, and you'll still be able to see my picture with the background behind me in the upper right-hand corner or the lower right-hand corner, whichever I need, depending on what game I'm playing. My question is there, how it's got the meeting controls across the bottom, like for the mute, for the stop video and mute your microphone, and the full screen button to go back to full screen in Zoom? Is there a way to get rid of that when Zoom is minimized so that you don't see those controls, so that everybody on the YouTube stream can see my video, but it still be minimized? And then I can just hit escape or something to get back to the full screen Zoom when I want to close it out.
Okay. Well, you're using an I think OBS, does it call it scenes? When you've got Windows set up in OBS, does it call it scenes?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
So then when you have...
This is not an OBS problem, though. This is a Zoom problem.
Oh, okay. So you're streaming... Okay, so are you streaming to YouTube?
Yes.
Okay.
I have Zoom on top of my OBS, my game, and then
Oops.
Then I have the window capture set up in Zoom so that the window capture so the window capture in OBS captures Zoom when it's minimized.
Well, OBS is actually capturing your full screen no matter what you have on your screen, right? You're not...
OBS is capturing when I'm game streaming. OBS, I've got my game set to my capture card set to a different scene, which I also have Zoom set to be on top of my game when I minimize Zoom. But then the problem is Zoom puts those meeting controls like mute, stop video, go back to the full screen, show Zoom in full screen. So I'm wondering, how do I get rid of those meeting controls, the mute and stop video for Zoom?
Okay, so I should be able to simulate that by sharing my screen in Zoom, right?
I hope that makes sense.
Yeah, I think so. And I'm not sure if there's a nice answer to it. The nicest way to do it would be to handle it through OBS, but I think that has a complication for you because you don't want to have to be switching to OBS to manage that window. But OBS is doing the streaming out to YouTube for you. So if you were to set up a scene in OBS for the minimized Zoom window, you should be able to crop the borders in so that those controls are not visible. The problem with that,
Doug, I gotta turn my computer off and switch to my phone. So hold that thought for a minute.
All right.
Is that right, Doug?
Doug, I don't think he literally meant hold that thought. I mean,
I guess it should have been this, right? For hold that thought. The thought's not there.
You could have found something that says thought and held it up. I mean, there's a couple different ways you could do that.
Alex.
Alex, I believe, left. He has to switch something. I think he's going to switch over to his tablet to show Doug what he's talking about. But yeah, Doug, you're right. In OBS, you can make those little display windows as big or as large as you want.
But it's possible he wants to avoid that solution because I'm imagining he's got his game window, and then maybe sometimes he wants Zoom to go full screen and then minimize it without having to switch over to OBS to change his scenes. Because if he uses a scene in OBS to display the minimized Zoom, well, then he's got to change his scene selection in OBS when he wants Zoom to go full screen.
Just hotkey it. It's all he's got to do.
Yeah.
I mean, I do it. I've got, I think, 4 or 5 things hotkeyed, and it's seamless. It's just an instant. You push the button and it's done.
But in the meantime,
in the Zoom general settings, there is an insert that you can say always show meeting controls, and you can tick it or you can untick it. Yes.
Yes, that's familiar. Do you have in front of you where that is?
It's in Zoom settings. In the general tab. Open the general tab.
Okay, yeah, I'm there. I'm gonna bring it back.
And then it's the 6th from the top. No, the 7th from the top.
Okay.
It says,
I'm back.
Okay, good. Alex, we got something for you here that might be a solution. Let's see if I've got my settings right to display this on screen. No, it's still not showing. Let me go back and fix this. I want settings, and I gotta turn on here. Yeah, I think that'll do it. Let's give that a few seconds, see if it shows up on the YouTube stream. Yeah, so here in settings general, always show meeting controls right here. Alex, do you see this when it comes up on the YouTube? There's a delay.
No, because I'm on my tablet and you're not screen sharing over Zoom. But I could try to split screen and see if I could see it on the.
Well, let me just describe it to you, Alex, because I think you know Zoom well enough to understand this. When you're host, do I have to mute you?
No, please, oh Doug, please do not mute me. Oh, do not mute me.
Oh, good Lord.
So anyway, Alex, I'm going down to the bottom left corner where there's the stop video, and then when I click on that caret symbol, I can choose video settings. That brings up a menu, and on that menu, click the general tab, and then on that screen, there's an option for always show meeting controls. Now, that is not selected for me right now. Let me see if I can replicate the symptom that Alex is describing. And I understand, Alex, that you don't see this right now. So I'm kind of exploring here to see if I can replicate it, because I think I do understand what you're saying. So in order for me to replicate that, I need to share the screen on, let's see, I'll share SNAS. And so that makes the whole panel on the right side, but you're doing it minimize on the right side. So it just shows yourself. This is showing.
Or if somebody else joins in the meeting, when it's minimized, it will that other person will take over and it will show their video or just their name.
Okay.
If they are.
So it shows the speaker. It shows the minimized thumbnail of the person who's speaking. Right? Unless it's me.
It doesn't show the speaker if it's minimized. If another person, if you come into my gaming, one of my gaming live streams one day,
yeah, and
you come in there, when you're in there until you leave, it shows your video or your name if you don't have your video on.
Yeah, that's what I'm seeing right now. Oh, but my YouTube's not showing it right. Let's see. Why is that?
Black screen.
Yeah, black screen.
Black screen.
I see that. So in order to fix that, I think I have to go meeting controls, video frame windows at this.
Or could you make the video when it's minimized only show the host in the video and not show the other participants if anybody else joins?
I think there is. I think that what you're asking for is probably doable, but I think I'm really not demonstrating it successfully here. So there you see that, but you don't see the minimize. So Alex, this one setting that Catherine brought up does seem to be effective for what you're asking
and
for.
hiding the meeting controls when it's minimized, because that's what I want. That's what I want.
Yeah, the check mark option is always display meeting controls, so you would remove the check mark. And man, I know why my Zoom meeting is messed up, is because it is still minimized. Show grid video. I need to unminimize it.
I'll try that and see if that works.
Yeah.
To get rid of it, because you can still see me with the meeting controls there, but you'd be able to see me a whole lot better.
I saw it. I was able to see you without the meeting controls. I did not have the meeting controls when I had you. When I had minimized.
When it's minimized, you got that. You should have a little square up in the top right hand corner that shows my video, but you shouldn't be able to see the meeting controls.
Right. I did not see the meeting controls when I did it with that check mark removed.
So that's under, if you hit that little caret, go to video settings in general, and that setting is in there.
Right.
But if I'm not in a meeting and I just go to I just hit the little settings icon in the Zoom application and I go to video, I've never noticed that. I've never noticed that setting.
Well, it's not on the video tab, it's on the general tab. So you should be able to get into that even when you're not in a video. I mean, even when you don't have a Zoom session running, you should be able to get into those settings. And on the general tab, which is the very first menu option, there's general, video, audio, share screen, chat, Zoom apps. Those are the different tabs.
Yes.
It's on the general tab. It's the very first tab, and it's about 7 items down. It's called Always Show Meeting Controls. And I think the solution for what you're asking is to remove that check mark. But I'm not totally confident that we've tested it right. So I'm going to leave it with you to try that.
How about that laptop screen repair?
Yes, the laptop screen repair, actually the blue screen was requested before that. The laptop screen repair is just disassembling the laptop. And that is so much easier to do when I'm doing recorded videos. But this one for Bob C, this won't take very long to do. How long are we now? Ooh, why is this doing this weird thing? Oh, I see. I'm recording a separate video. I gotta turn that off. My slow computer is doing double work. Oh, so we're at 2 hours. All right, not bad. So I want to give Bob C something here.
There's 3 hours and 18 minutes for me. I don't know what watch you're looking at.
You're saying 3 hours?
We started at 1 my time. It's 4:18. 2, 3, 4. That's 3.
Oh, we started at 11 a.m. my time. 12, 1, 2. Yeah, we're over 3 hours. Why is my XSplit saying we're 2 hours, 16 seconds? That's weird.
Uh-oh.
Are we still streaming?
Yep.
Yes.
Yeah. That's weird.
I said, Alexa, tell XSplit, stuck on hold for an hour. That was the beginning.
Must be a daylight savings time.
Probably.
All right. All right. Come on, Bob C. Let's go turn to Bob C. All right, so I've got the HDMI for this laptop. There we are. Let's see, we don't need me twice on here. The picture-in-picture. All right, and check HP warranty status. No, thank you. Do not send data. Okay. So what I just want to get to is to show Bob C how to do system restore. That may not be enough to fix the computer, but it's reasonably easy enough for him to do. Now he's getting that blue screen error. I'm assuming the computer is not able to get to Windows at all. That's basically what he described. So the way I'm going to simulate that is I'll power off this computer when it's trying to boot up 3 times in a row, and that should get me to the recovery options, which he should be able to get to. So Bob C, when you're trying repeatedly to start the computer, you should eventually get to recovery options, which I'm about to show. So this computer, I'm going to just hold down the power button to shut it down, and then power button to turn on, and it did not actually fully shut down because of that hybrid business. So I'm going to do another way to do full shutdown is when you go click on power and then shut down, hold down the shift key on your keyboard when you click shut down, and that should get us a full shutdown. You know about shift restart, that would get you the advanced startup options. So that was shift shutdown. Now then, I'm pressing the power button, and as soon as I get the HP logo, I'm going to press the power button to turn it off. Do that 3 times. There's the HP logo. So now holding down the power button to rudely force it off. So now it's off. Now, Bob C, you shouldn't have to do this. You should be able to get to the recovery options that I'm about to show without doing this. But this is my method to force this computer into the recovery options. So there's the HP logo again. I'm forcing it off. Power on again. Here it says preparing automatic repair. So I'm going to let it try to do automatic repair. Now on this computer, if it succeeds with the automatic repair, I might not get the recovery options. Will I or won't I? I'm not sure. Automatic repair. Here I want advanced options. And is this showing up now through my capture device? No, it's not. So advanced options. And then here we have continue, use the device, troubleshoot, or turn off your PC. Well, I want to choose troubleshoot. These options could be laid out differently on the screen. I don't quite know why it's different sometimes and not others. So troubleshoot, and then I'm going to advanced options, not reset, advanced options. And then here's startup repair, startup settings, command prompt, uninstall updates, UEFI firmware settings, system restore. This is the one that I want. Now my second choice for Bob C is if his computer was doing a BIOS update. There's a possibility that a BIOS update might have reset to default settings and it might have your hard drive on the wrong settings. But Bob C, I don't want you to go down that road. I want you to let me assist with that. But this part, going system restore, you could try on your own. So here I'm selecting system restore. Now I've also seen some Windows 10 computers where system restore is disabled by default. So that's a possibility. Here I'm going to choose an account. This is a user account. You may or may not be asked to choose that. This is new. I haven't seen that before. I'm questioning whether this computer has 2 accounts. It doesn't. So I'm a little surprised with that. But anyway, choosing that account. And then it wants a password. That account doesn't have a password. I'm going to click continue. And then here's system restore. There's no system restore points shown here, so I'm going to click next. And then here's the system restore points. I can hear somebody's typing. Could you mute your microphone, please? Here's system restore points that show up. And I manually created a system restore point this morning on this computer so I would have something to restore to. If I were to restore to this one, it's going to undo some updates that have been installed on this computer. I don't want to do that. But Bob C, you want to choose a date that is prior to when you had this problem. So preferably 1 or more days before those updates that you installed. And you might want to click, well, no, you might have a button here to click on that says show more restore points. I don't have that option because this computer doesn't have more restore points than can be shown here. When you decide which one to choose, just click on that one and then click next. And I'm going to let this go ahead and do a restore to this restore point that I did earlier today. And then click on finish. I'm going to see if that's coming through my capture device yet. No, it's not. So click finish. And then once started, system restore cannot be interrupted. So you need to be sure, if it's a laptop, be sure that it is plugged into power. You don't want it running out of power while this is running. And then answer yes. If system restore is being run safe mode from the system, it cannot be undone. Do you want to continue? That's what we're answering yes to. And that, I have seen this take anywhere from like 10 minutes to 45 minutes, even an hour. It can be a long time. And there could be times when there's a graph, a progress indicator that looks like it's frozen. Don't be impatient. Let it go. If I saw one of these progress graphs get stuck, I'd wait at least an hour with that graph not moving at all before I would give up on it and power off the computer. Then once it finishes, you should get a message during its restart indicating that it was successful or not. This one happened pretty quickly because this is a brand new computer. System restore completed successfully. The system has been restored to, and it shows the date and time of that restore point. Your documents had not been affected. Click restart to restart the computer. So then you would click restart there. The computer restarts. You'll get to a place where you need to log in, put in your password if that's needed, and then pay attention to any messages that come up. You might get a message indicating the restore was successful or was not successful. I suggest you take a photo of that with your cell phone. Even if it appears that it worked, take a photo of it because it could be helpful if you find something else. So here's that message. System restore completed successfully. The system has been restored to, and it shows the date and time your documents have not been affected. And then dismiss that message after you take a photo of it, because 2 weeks from now, if I ask you what that message says, you're not going to remember. That's why I want you to take a photo of it. This amp can't open. Graphics Command Center. I don't know what that's about. I'm not going to worry about it right now. Oh. And this computer's very unhappy about that. All right. I'm going to have to pursue that later. That's not related to Bob C's question. So, I did have that on video, right? Yeah, I did.
Yeah.
All right.
Yes.
Okay, so that's finished with Bob C's issue. Now that may not be that may or may not solve the problem, but that's the one item, Bob, that you could try on your own. If that doesn't work, send me an email. We'll get together and set up a date and time for us to go ahead and pursue that together. And when we pursue that, I'm going to want you to have a cell phone and come into the Zoom session with your cell phone so that you can show me what's happening, because I won't be able to connect remotely to your computer, obviously. Well, obvious to us, maybe not to you. Okay.
Last week's laptop?
Last week's laptop. Is that what we want to go to next? I think I'm okay for doing that. This is going to be a record time setter for me. Is that the only thing we haven't done on my list? Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Disassemble a laptop to repair the video cable. All right.
We still haven't connected your barbecue to the Wi-Fi.
I knew there was going to be something from him. All right. So that laptop is in the other room. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to take actually a restroom break as well. You didn't need to know that. And I'm going to let you guys chit chat amongst yourselves. I'm going to physically mute my microphone. And is there anything else? Oh, I'm going to mute my camera, or turn off my camera, my Zoom camera. All right, you guys are on your own.
You going to make Ken the host again?
No, you notice he just left. He said you guys can talk amongst yourselves.
But what are we going to do? Gary's there? Spin a few discs. Let's go.
Yeah, Gary's here.
Okay. What do you want, Gary? Led Zeppelin again?
Jim muted himself when he's given the opportunity to talk. Usually, I mean, there you go.
All right. What's the problem now?
Alexa, where's Jim?
So, Tim, you getting ready to go fly, are you?
I stepped outside for a minute.
And Jeff goes away when I was getting ready to ask him something. Man, this must be.
Here.
They know my
what's coming.
camera keeps shutting off.
Yeah, really.
Unexpectedly.
So, is that your bike, Jeff?
That's one I had back in the 1970s.
Nice.
Little 350cc 4-cylinder Honda.
Yeah, it looked too small to be a 350 though. I had 750 and two 350s. That just looked kind of little.
I've never seen one with 3 wheels on it though.
A lot of those in Vegas.
Yeah, there are. So Jim, how you been?
Long story.
Well, we got time.
We can kick Doug out. Go right ahead.
Well, starting the week after Christmas, I started having double vision.
Uh-oh.
That's fun. By the end of that same week, my eyelid was drooping. That was also entertaining.
Oh, good.
So this past Wednesday, I wound up in the emergency room at a local hospital. They ran a few tests. They kept me for overnight observation. They ran an MRI. The good news is that both the CT and the MRI show no evidence of a stroke or a tumor.
That's good.
Yeah, that's good. But I've got some other weird things still going on with the left eye for sure. That's in progress. I found out through the testing and the blood work that they did on me that apparently I'm showing signs of hypothyroidism, which means my thyroid's not producing enough. And
Right.
apparently the metric that they use for that, I'm way out of the range, like double what it should be.
Wow.
So that's fun, which might account for the fact that my blood pressure is like not good either. So it's been a fun week.
Sounds like it.
Yeah.
Well, the good news about thyroid stuff is that there is medicine that can help. My wife, about a year ago, had to start using that.
Yeah. Well, the thing that annoys me more than anything else is believe it or not, it's the blood pressure thing. My blood pressure for the longest time has always been either at or slightly below normal. I go to take a physical and my blood pressure, granted, I don't take physicals like once a decade is probably what I do, which probably I shouldn't be doing that. But I think it was when I had the physical when I was in my 40s, it was 110/70. And when I got into the ER last week, it was something like, trying to remember, 140 something over 90 something.
Yeah,
I mean, it was
high.
Yeah, just a tad, you think?
Yeah, just a little bit.
Yeah, so that's fun.
Systolic though is actually good at 140, or that's the normal nowadays.
Yeah, well, I was up there. I was definitely up there.
Yeah.
I have 120 to 80 normally.
I'm sorry?
My blood pressure is usually 120 to 80.
Yeah. And mine was either right at 120/80 or sometimes it was 110/70. But that's now 2 decades ago. So
Well, the good news is you're here with us today, and that's good. I hope.
Well, yeah. I mean, when all this started, I'm like, what the hell? And
right.
My two biggest concerns were the two things they didn't find. They didn't find evidence of a stroke. They didn't find a tumor like behind the eye or nothing. Right. CT and MRI said, no, you're perfectly fine in that regard. So the neurologist says that possibly one of the muscles in this eye is exhibiting something called, what was it? God, I got to remember it. Damn it, I can't remember. It's something. It's a receptor antibody, and I can't remember the first. It's a 3-word thing, and I can't remember it off the acetylcholine receptor antibody. It's a side effect of particular autoimmune disease, maybe. So that's going to be fun.
You wouldn't be up for the wife smacking you on the right side with the frying pan, would you? Just to balance things out.
No.
Now that Doug's back, thank you, Catherine. I fixed that unchecking meeting controls. Fix that. Now when my mouse is not over the Zoom box in OBS when I'm recording, those meeting controls go away, so you can see my picture better.
Yeah, good. I'm glad I could help.
Good.
Anyway, just keep talking so Doug can't talk, even though he told us to talk. Oh, Doug's back. Hey, Doug.
And next on the medical information channel.
Yeah, there you go. Anyway, best of luck.
Good that you're here, Jim. It's good to see you.
Yeah,
I hope things get better.
The thing that's really annoying about this is that the double vision isn't everywhere. It's only like in certain areas. If I have to move my eyes a certain way, everything is doubled. If I look over here, it's kind of okay. If I look down, it's doubled. If I look up, it's fine. Go figure that. I don't understand why, but
All right, so we move on to this laptop.
Yep.
Okay, so here's the laptop on the table, upside down. I've got on Dell's website here. Go to Dell.com and come into support and then knowledge base and put in the service tag number. I pretty much always do these off of the service manual unless it's a computer that I've done recently enough that I remember it. And I've learned to do that over time because some laptops have some things that are not obvious by just looking at it. And then also, particularly if I'm expecting, or there might possibly be some time between time gap between the disassembly and the reassembly time. So I'm scrolling down to look for the service manual. It's typically what it's called, whether it's Dell or HP, and that usually seems to be the ones that I'm getting into. View PDF, and then these are always has a table of contents section, and this one is laid out differently than their usual, but I showed that last week. So these are all just battery, keyboard, palm rest, speakers, and so forth. Well, what about them? Well, it's all about how to remove them and how to replace them. This is probably a good time while I'm doing a lot of talking for you guys to mute your microphones and then press the key to speak unless you're what am I saying? Well, anyway, so it prevents the background noise from coming in when you're not expecting it. So what I want to go to here is the display. It's over here, right here. So click on display. And now something that I didn't do last week that I should have done is I get myself a little piece of paper here, and that this display starts at page 14. So I know that's the page that I'm going to come back to. And then as I go to different pages, I will make notes of them as well. This section down here for removing the display assembly, you do that after doing these previous steps. So it starts with, am I reading that right? Remove, oh, I'm sorry, I am not reading that right. This was display. Oh, this part up here was something previous. Display assembly, removing the display. So here's the first one, remove the battery. That's an easy one. So I'm not going to read the detailed instructions for that. And I want to make myself a little place here. So what I'll do is I'll put the screws in a certain order on my grid here, and I'll put the parts, I just stack them side by side or on top of each other so I keep them in order. That was removing the battery. So then go back to page 14. Next in the list is removing the keyboard. And so here's removing the keyboard. Before you begin, remove the battery. We've already done that. So there's these two screws. I'm just going to do those two screws. Whoops, I didn't show that on screen. Yeah, so here's the removing the keyboard section is these two screws here. So that's this one and this one. I want the other screwdriver here. Now sometimes there's little symbols on these screws that would help confirm which is which. So they could have had a little emblem of a keyboard, but this one does not. Now there's these two holes real close to each other. How do I know I have the right one? Let's come back to here, and I want to see if I can see the other screw hole. Yeah, see, there's the other screw hole. So I was actually going for the wrong one. They want me to take this one. And I can tell that by the alignment. This one and this one and this one are lined up together. So it's this one and this one that are for the keyboard. So here's these three that are lined up together, and this one that's not lined up with those others is for the keyboard. So that's the first screw I'm taking out. It's going to go into the first grid space. Here's the next screw that I'm taking out. And that goes right here. So they're kind of laid out on the grid in a similar fashion that they were here. The next set of screws will go on the next grid point. It makes it real helpful when I reverse the process to be able to go back over those points, over those grids in the same order or the reverse order. So then here, remove the 2 screws. I did that. Turn the computer over and open the display as far as possible. If you only work from the pictures, you're not going to see this instruction. Computer over, open the display as far as possible. That's as far as this display goes. Some of them will go all the way flat, not this one. The keycaps on the keyboard are fragile, easily dislodged, time-consuming to replace. Remove carefully. Slide a plastic scribe between the keyboard and palm rest. Pry and lift the keyboard to disengage from the 3 tabs on the palm rest. Ease the keyboard up. Slide the 5 tabs at the bottom of the keyboard out of the slots on the palm rest. Then there's going to be a picture of it. They're showing the plastic scribe. The palm rest tabs are labeled, they only labeled one of them. The keyboard palm rest, and then here they're showing the ribbon cable. Let's scribe between the keyboard and palm rest. Pry and lift the keyboard to disengage from the 3 tabs. So those 3 tabs, I believe, are on the back side of the keyboard, and they're showing them here with these blue arrows. Need to get me a plastic spudge tool, and then bring back to this camera.
That looks like an iFixit tool.
Oh, iFixit has a lot of these. I've got them from I've got some of these from iFixit. I've got some of them from kits that I've used for cell phone repairs. I'm not liking the way that is not getting in there, and I'm gonna go bring out the Serious tool. Yeah, that really helps a lot because I can see better what those tabs look like. I'm going to see if I can show it to you on the camera. Okay, let's try bringing that camera in here better. Now this camera, I believe, is currently set on autofocus. Yeah, that's a good focus. And that tab right there, when I get in here with my magnifier and look at it closely, I can tell that that tab can be pushed back. It looks like it looks like it clamps over the metal. Yeah, it pushes back, and then turning the spudge tool the other way. Should be able to lift that plate up. You hear that click? That was it snapping back into place. That was this latch. It's kind of like spring loaded. What I need to do is be able to pick up the keyboard at the same time that I'm pushing back on that. dog that I'm hearing here, or is it coming from one of you guys? Yeah, that works. There. Now that I got that one pulled up a little bit, the others might be easier. There you can see the next one is right here. And can I just push it back? Yeah, I just push it back and the keyboard pops up. Now I'll take another spudge tool here to pry that up and go down to the third one. That should have just made somebody seasick.
No.
No?
No.
All right.
I wish laptops were a little bit easier to work on. It seems like that's all I get.
So then here's another tab, and I should be able to just push that tab to the back, and that part of the keyboard should pop up too. Oh, actually that's not it. That one was a little tricky. It looks like a notch here, but it's actually over here.
Framework laptops are
There it
easy
goes
to
up.
work on.
Okay, so now the back of the keyboard is all up and loose. Let's move the camera back this way. And then it just slides out. There's these tongues on the front side. So, and as I take each piece out, I want to make sure that I understand well how it goes back in. So as I just try pushing that right back into that same slot, I see how that's going to work. And then you just press down on it, and there's those tabs, and you can see the tab much better now. I think that's pretty visible. And I think it's helpful to understand what these do. That's spring-loaded there. So that's what I was pushing back on to release the keyboard. All right, then back to the manual. So that's getting the keyboard started up. Scroll down a little bit. It's showing the ribbon cable here that we need to disconnect. So this is a blown up image of what's happening right in there. So now back to the computer.
You have to be very careful.
In my personal opinion, you should not have to. They're making it way too difficult to repair laptops because they want you to buy. They always want you to buy a new one. You should not have to remove the keyboard, the optical drive, and everything just to replace a hard drive or RAM.
Agreed.
Yeah, but this is the display. So
yeah, but we're after the display on this one, so that's going to be difficult no matter what laptop you've got. So
that's the only kind of thing I will not repair. I tell people right up front, I will not attempt to repair laptop screens.
Okay. Moving on.
I repair them all the time.
Okay, moving on. This is one of those zero insertion force ZIF connectors. So this piece here, this black piece pulls up, and I'm just pointing to it. And before I open it, I want to pay attention to this ribbon cable to see how it's aligned, because there's always markings on the cable to help you know that you've got the cable inserted far enough and that you've got it square. So by looking at this blue border here and comparing it to the latch on this ZIF connector is part of that. I'm going to go ahead and lift up on it. I could do it, yeah, it worked fine with the spudger. Normally I would use my fingernails. And then, even better marking is this light blue line that you see right across there. It's right at the back edge of that connector. So when you put this ribbon cable back in, you need to be sure it's lined up just like it is there, and that helps you know that you got it in right. So now I just grab the ribbon cable and gently kind of work it out to come out the back, and it gives a little snap as it comes out, and we're going to take a look at why. Now look at the ribbon cable. It has tabs on each side of the ribbon cable, the right side and the left side. I'm going to try to get the camera to refocus here. There, that's starting to get. There's that tab on the right side of that blue area and on the left side of that blue area. Well, those tabs go over a little notch that's in that ZIF connector. So when you're putting it back in, you kind of go in at an upward angle. The back side of the ribbon cable is up a little bit to get it to slide in, and you're looking at that light blue line to be sure you've got it in all the way before you close the latch. All right, so, and this time I'm using my fingernails to bring that back up, and then a little bit of lifting up on the cable and back. So then I'm going to put that keyboard on top of the battery. On top of the battery or next to it, because that keeps my order of operations intact. Coming back to the manual. So that was the keyboard. Then we'll go back to page 14. Now the keyboard was on page 24. So I'm writing the number 24 down on my paper for keyboard. Click up here for the page number, type 14, enter. Come down to removing the keyboard. So that part is done. Then next is remove the palm rest. The keyboard is distinct from the palm rest. The palm rest is all this area around here. It's not just the part where your palms go. It's all this area. Back to the manual. So removing the palm rest, click on that, and that takes us to page 32. On my paper I'm writing down 32, palm rest. Removing the palm rest, first do the battery, we did that. Remove the 10 screws that secure the palm rest to the computer base. So these 10 screws are going to go on their own grid on my magnetic pad, and they'll go down approximately in this same arrangement. So close the lid. I always keep the front of the laptop facing me unless there's a particular operation that requires it to be different, and this is consistent with what the manual is showing. So they're showing there's 2 screw holes here. Let's see, how do I best show that? Yeah, you can't see them there.
Well, there's 2 on the other side.
There's 2 screw holes here, and there's 2 screw holes on both sides. But the manual at this point is only at first glance shows 1 screw up there. So I'll zoom in on that because I want to be sure I'm getting the right screw. You can see this little hole right here. Here's the other screw hole. So they wanted me to get this one that's out on the corner. The other clue of which one to do is that they should be in line with these other screws. So this one is in line with those 2. Then these 3 are all in line. These 3 are all in a line. This one is in a line with these 3. So these are all serving that similar purpose. And somehow I actually am in the habit of starting with the back left. You never know when you're going to come across a screw that's a different size. That's part of the reason why I've learned to put them in on my magnetic grid, or if I don't have a magnetic grid, I'll use something else. See, I guess I'm not showing that there. And on this grid, I put them, I'm showing that there's extra space between these two, and these two are closer together, and that's the way it actually is on the computer. Then the next, these three are in a line with each other, so I know that I needed this one rather than this one. Well, that one has already been removed because it was the keyboard. And then I really like these screwdrivers because they're so easy to do. You can, if you spin down here, it spins faster. Up here, you get more leverage. That's too far. I'll go there. And then these three. Now, these two here are a lot closer together than they were over here. They're not offset so much. In fact, both of these are not really in line with these two. I'm pretty sure that the one I need is this one here, but I'm going to check that with the manual. And there that's pretty clear. The arrow is covering the other screw hole, but they're not quite aligned with each other. All right, so there. All right, back to the manual. Remove the battery, remove the 10 screws. What was that, 10 screws? There's 6, 9, that's 9 screws.
You missed one.
Oh, I did. Oh, you're right.
In the bottom right.
Right here. Agreed?
Yep.
Absolutely. That, I pat myself on the back for going back to the manual. I wouldn't have caught that. Maybe Tim was going to catch me on it, but
I saw it.
all right. So 10 screws. If anyone's thinking I'm anal retentive about how I go about this, congratulations, you are correct, because I have learned to do that. Remove the keyboard is next. Now this whole section here was for removing the palm rest. We already removed the keyboard, so this apparently is showing a different order of operations because we've already removed the keyboard. To avoid damage, the connectors, lift the connector latch. Yeah, this is the keyboard. This belongs in the keyboard section. When you disconnect a cable, pull on its connector on its pull tab, not on the cable itself. Some cables have connectors with locking tabs. I showed you the tabs. If you are disconnecting this type of cable, press in on the locking tabs before you disconnect the cable. No, that is different. They're locking tabs. They must be referring to something different. As you pull connectors apart, it's connectors, I guess. Keep them evenly aligned. So that's all a different situation. Disconnect the speaker cable from the connector on the system board. Lift the connector latches. Pull the pull tabs to disconnect.
What's next on the previous operation?
what's next on the previous operation. I'm not sure if I...
Your previous page you wrote down.
On the keyboard page? We're on the palm. Well, we're on the palm rest now. We've done the screws. We haven't finished removing the palm rest.
Okay.
So I haven't done step 5 yet. I haven't done step 6. I'm reading ahead, and because I want to see the picture. So here they're showing the cables to be removed. That's the number 1 they're showing. There's a number 2 item they've got here, and a 3 and a 4. So disconnect the speaker cable from the connector on the system board. So speaker cable is here, number 4. Number 4. They got a line pointing to it right here. So turn the computer back over. Open. Looks like that's probably the speaker cable right there. Yep, it looks exactly like item 4. Just one of these little white plastic see if my hand gets it to focus. Not really. There we go. We'll wiggle it back and forth. So that's a speaker connector. Next item is lift the connector latches, pull the pull tabs, disconnect the touchpad cable and power button cable. So touchpad cable, power button cable. So power button cable is number 1, touchpad cable is number 3. So it's these 2 right there. Here and here. Power button cable is this little one. Now there's 2 cables over here. Let's point out it would be important not to do the wrong one. Get that position in a point where you can see that. Get some light in there. Yeah. This is one cable, this is another cable entirely, and I can't even access all of that because of this metal here. This is the one that they're showing on that diagram. It's just it's not very wide. Come on, camera, give me a good focus. It's not. So anyway, they were telling us about those pull tabs. This blue plastic tab right here is one of those. Do that? Yeah, there you see the blue tab better. So you can just grab that with your fingers, rock it back and forth, and it kind of looks like the zero insertion force cables, but oh, I see what I did. I actually did that wrong. Okay, where did I miss the piece of instructions? Yeah, there it is. Here's the piece that I missed in the manual. Right here in this little circle. I don't think they told us this. Maybe, yeah, this is the text for that. Lift the connector latch. That's the piece that I just missed right here. Because here, this is a latch of sorts. And you're going to see that better probably through the camera. But I pulled straight up on the cable, and I really shouldn't have done it that way. I want to try fixing something with the focus. I'm going to try switching to a manual focus because that's just not working very well. Focus here. Yeah, that's much better.
That's a weird place to put RAM at.
Oh, right over here. All right.
What a nightmare.
So there's this black shoulder right here at the top of this white socket, and I can pull up on that. to release that cable. I don't know if you're going to be able to see that very well or not. I think you can see me put it when I push it back down. Very subtle. Okay. Yeah, here we go. This black frame right here, this black piece, it's very wobbly right now. But after putting the ribbon cable back in, the way to secure it is to push down on this black piece. And you heard it snap into place. And it's not loose anymore. So that's how that one holds a cable in place. So again, I did that wrong because I just pulled the cable out without releasing it. But it's not going to be a problem. So then the other one was this number 4 over here, right? No, I already did that one. This number 3. This one right up at the front. Okay. Oh, and it's the same type of connector. This one right here. It has that same black shoulder. I'm going to try adjusting the focus there. Ah, yeah, better. Okay, here's the black part right here. And with this spudge tool, I can pull up on that. There. That is up.
Doug, do you know how much this laptop cost?
No, I don't. It's an old laptop. It would be very cheap. You could only buy it used. What is your point?
I'm just wondering if you knew, because someone had given me a laptop to repair the screen on one time. That was only like $300, and it sat on my freezer for a good almost a year because that person never got around to ordering the parts.
All right.
So, and it never got repaired in the end. I put my old parts in it, and did a BIOS update and all that, but it never got a screen put in. So,
okay.
So I guess my question was, if it was your computer, do you think it'd be really worth it to replace the screen since it's not $1,000 computer or something?
If it was my computer, no, it wouldn't be worth it. If this computer belonged to the person that it belongs to, yes. If I can make a YouTube video out of it. But from a financial point of view, would it be worth paying me my normal business rates to repair this? No, I don't think so. I'd rather order a refurbished computer from Amazon. But the problem then is I still have to spend time to get that replacement computer set up for her and functional. So, yeah, I don't know. I'm still, for this person, it actually makes a lot of sense. Now, I've described this person before, that she used to manage her husband's painting business using this computer. He no longer runs the painting business. She only uses the computer now for web browsing and some arts and crafts stuff and some genealogy. But this computer has QuickBooks on it, and it has an obsolete version of Microsoft Word. So it has the books for the business. So it would be pretty time consuming in terms of my time if I was charging to set up a replacement computer for her. She'd wind up spending a lot more money replacing the computer than having me repair this, even if she's paying my retail business rates for it. So it's justifiable. Now, if she was paying me, I would not be making a YouTube video out of this, and I would be doing this repair a lot quicker. Because right now I'm explaining things a whole lot more on a YouTube video than I would do if I was just doing it on my own.
I just wondered I just was curious if you thought it'd be financially beneficial to replace the screen, considering this computer probably only cost be it $200 or $300 computer now.
Yeah, I understand your question, and I hope I've answered it. I think I was a little bit wishy-washy about whether I thought it was worth it, because it's not so much the value of the computer, in my opinion, but it's the serviceability to the person. Is the computer going to service their needs well enough if it's working properly? And is there other reasons why it would be costly to replace it? Now, it's not going to be real expensive to replace it in terms of my time, but they would spend more money, and their needs for a current market computer are just not that high. So that feels like a lot of words in answering your question. I think in a business environment, no, we'd never want to continue this computer. For if it was my own computer, no, I'd never want to continue with this computer, but my needs are more significant than her needs.
If I was ever able to get that screen repaired and get that computer repaired back to that person before, it would have met their needs. But because we wasn't ever able to get it put back together, and because I have to have my mom help me undo all the screws and everything, we had to undo like every about like 20 screws out of that thing just to get them. We had the whole thing taken apart, set up on the top of the freezer for a year, and nothing ever happened.
Yeah. And if you don't have a lot of experience with taking laptops apart, having one apart for a long time can be a problem if you don't have, like, if you're not following the manuals, or if you don't have your parts laid out.
And so she came over one day. I guess mother called her and asked her to come over. She came over one day, got the laptop in parts.
She took the parts back? Wow.
She took the parts, all the screws.
Wow.
Everything, the whole thing. She took the laptop in parts, and it probably got thrown in the garbage, because I doubt she paid somebody to fix it, or had it got somebody else to do it for her.
So did you not complete the repair because you said already she never purchased the parts?
She never purchased the parts. I had looked it up. It only needed like $100 worth of parts. I had put my old RAM in it, so it would have had 8 gigs of DDR3 RAM. Yeah. All she needed to buy was a screen and an SSD. That's all she needed. It would have been about $100, and she refused to buy the parts.
Well, it sounds apparent, or I was going to say obvious, but maybe not quite obvious, that she simply couldn't afford that, which also means she couldn't afford to replace the computer. Do you know?
Well, Alex, if she really did
that. Then why did she give me the computer in the first place to repair? Because I knew before I left her house, before we left her driveway, that the screen was busted and it would need to be replaced.
Well, Alex, if she really did that, what's her name and where does she live?
I don't know that information. She's probably moved already. She used to go to church with us. Because she used to go to church with us, I was going to do it for free and not charge her anything.
Yeah. Well, I'm guessing she never bought the parts because she really couldn't afford it.
That'd be my first guess.
Simply didn't have the money.
Yeah.
If she didn't want the computer, I told mother multiple times while I was sitting up there that I would have bought the parts with her card and given my mom the money and just bought the parts, and just if she didn't want the computer, we could have replaced the parts, and I could have sold the computer for a little bit of money.
Yeah.
I had a computer drop off here, and it needed a new screen, a laptop, and it sat here for 2 years because the guy never I told him what he needed. He calls up 2 years later, hey, is it fixed yet? I was like, no, you never gave me the money or purchased the part.
Yeah,
Okay.
I love when people do that kind of thing. They figure they'll just wear you down.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're wearing me down.
Doug,
I need to move on. Please hold back your stories. Let me move on with this. We're really long into this video now. I mean, I appreciate your experience and your story, Alex, but it doesn't help me move forward with this laptop. And it's getting late. All right, so.
Doug?
Yeah?
Say hello to Bob C in chat.
Oh, all right. Let's go. Oh, Bob C is in chat?
Yes.
All right. Bob Connors. That's not the same Bob C.
Oh, okay. Sorry.
Yeah, that's not the. That's a reasonable mistake. It's not the Bob C that has the blue screen problem. But thank you, and please, I got to leave chat to you guys now because I can't keep diverting my attention. I'm on a mission now. Let me get this thing done. Now he did hit me in orange, so instead of just sitting here, I guess I should say hello and everyone in chat. I would have been on time, but no notification of video received. So Bob Connors, you just heard me say that you aren't the Bob C that we were referring to earlier, and that's what Javi, I think, probably thought. And there's hello.
Oh, Bob's in Michigan.
Bob's in Michigan. Again?
No, he lives there.
Now, wait a minute. Nope, Bob Connor says Bob C is not me, and Chris said it is, but he retracted that. So I think he realized that's not the same one. Now here, let's see. Chris Gear, not sure what you're referring to, but no, this is not Adele. It is the bill Carrie Holzman did for me in December. So I guess Bob Connor was talking about an issue. In fact, the only live notifications I ever get are Carrie Holzman's. Of all my subscriptions, many times these notifications are late. Okay, moving on. Where am I? Oh, I wasn't even showing that on screen. Let's see. So I did this one, and I've done that one. So let's move on. Slide a plastic scribe between the computer base and the palm rest to pry out the palm rest off of the computer base. So they're showing us spudge tool or plastic scribe, they're calling it, and we pry it up from this side. Okay. Somebody's
Wake up.
Snoring. I'll go look at the Zoom window and figure out who's lit up when the snore comes through. In fact, I'm just going to go ahead and mute everybody. You can unmute yourself at your choice, just so I don't have to go poke around and figure out who's snoring.
It's all Gary's fault, though.
Yeah, boom, you're muted, Blackwatch. Okay, so plastic scribe. Oh boy, that came up easy. But there are 10 screws now that have been released, so this one just isn't. Sometimes these are really difficult to get them coming up. Just slide the plastic scribe around, and each time it comes to another one of those clips, it should give a little pop. There's another pop. Or you can also just pry it with fingers, but don't get too aggressive with it because you don't want to. And that looks like it's back up. There's a red live button. Oh, there it's spinning again. And refresh again. Does it again go for, oh, there it is. Playback error, try again. Of course, you guys aren't seeing that on Zoom. Playback error. There's an ID number. That ID is not actually the URL for the video.
I wonder if the ID number you're seeing is the same ID number I'm seeing.
Okay,
so.
starts with VWY and it ends with PAP.
No, not here.
No.
You guys have a playback ID number, but it's different?
I do, but it's not the same number. It's not the same.
All right. Well, I'm clicking on Learn More to see what it tells me. Troubleshoot video playback issues. This isn't a video playback issue. This is a live stream issue.
Ah, there we go.
What?
It's circling again.
You're getting circling? Troubleshoot internet. All of
I
this.
hit the back button because I was on your channel before and went
working.
back to the
Yeah, it's up. It's up.
It's up?
It's working.
All right.
back button because I was on your channel before.
All right. There's Dan the Man saying we're back. Greg Guy says lost video in Maryland. No video. Yeah, we discovered. And this is that's a sweet thing for having you guys with me in Zoom because you bring my attention to that. Video error, yeah, it looks like we had a few minutes, couple minutes, maybe about 2 minutes, looks like. And we don't know why that happened. The closest thing I got was an error message that complained about internet speed, but the Zoom session was going fine. So we just don't know.
YouTube probably threw up on itself.
Something like that. And that kind of thing we always blame on Blackwatch.
That sounds reasonable.
All right, so now I'm looking at, where do I go next? Let's see, we've done those cables, lift latches, pull tabs, touch cable pad from the connectors on the system board. Yep, that's all done. Pull the board out. Slide plastic scribe, so all that's done. So going back to 14, page 14. Each time I do one of these subsections, I can go back to page 14 to find the next step. So remove the keyboard, we remove the palm rest, turn the computer over, turn the computer over, speak slower, open the display as far as possible. Make a note of the wireless mini card antenna cable routing and disconnect the wireless mini card antenna from yada 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 and so on. Disconnect the display cable. So before I go to that, I'm going to go ahead and do this part. So the computer has been turned over. So it's right side up. Here's the Wi-Fi. And they say, make a note of the routing of the cable. So it goes under these cable management clips. I'll call them, my term. Oftentimes the Wi-Fi adapter has 2 antenna wires connected to it. This has 1. Let's bring the camera in closer because it's focused right now. To level about like that. Make a note of the routing, disconnect the antenna. These things I do use my fingernails on each side of it, and they can be more difficult to put on than to take off because you've got to get that connector right on top, and then I use a fingernail to push down on it, and you want to be sure, yeah, you hear a little click as it goes, as it seats in place. And a little bit of a wiggle back and forth should confirm that you've got it connected. So disconnecting that again. Then I'll go look at the next instruction. Disconnect display cable from the connector on the system board. Remove it from the routing guide. So I can scroll down to see where is the display connector. Display cable number 3, it's this guy right here. Now I knew that just by looking at the computer, but I'm just being a little thorough by showing it in the manual. So disconnect the display connector. Okay, so it's this guy right here. And it looks like it's just a press fit. There doesn't seem to be any latch. I'll take another look at that. Disconnect display connector on the system board. They don't tell us anything about that latch. They don't have any blow up of that area, and it looks like it's just a pressed-in connector. It has a lot of cloth tape around it. Let's have a look at that. How big can I get this? All this around here is a cloth tape, and there's this cloth tape taping down to the fan, and here this cloth tape is taping it down to the motherboard, and then back here this cloth tape is disconnected from whatever it was connected to. Now I can see the back side of it too.
I'm surprised the heat sink fan, and it looks fairly clean.
Yeah, it does.
So where did you get the fancy camera to put on your head for us to be able to see?
The camera is just a C920 Logitech webcam. Nothing fancy about it, and it's not on my head. On my head is just the magnifying glass.
I like his rendition better.
Oh, all I saw was you put that on. You put your magnifying glass on, and I thought that was like a GoPro or something that you had mounted in such a way that with the magnifying glass next to it or something.
No,
Is that a 32 pin connector?
Here's the Logitech webcam. What was that question, Tim?
Is that a 32 pin connector?
This one right here?
The one you just pulled off. Yeah.
Well, looks more than that to me. More around 40.
Probably a 46.
So you can get those gooseneck clips that clip onto your desk to where you can screw it into a tripod mount, which is what I assume you've done since the Logitech webcam has a place for a tripod.
Yeah, that's it exactly. And I've used these. I can use these for anything that would screw onto that same kind of adapter.
Because I have that same kind of thing, except mine is a light. I got a light that's on one of them clips that just plugs in with the USB.
Okay, disconnect the display cable from the connector on the system board. Remove it from the routing guide. So basically the routing guide on this, all it was those tapes. But there is also, the fan has guides on it. And it looks like they were intended for this wire to fit right in each of those rails there. All right, so what's next? Remove the 2 screws, one on each side, that secure the display assembly to the computer base. Lift and remove the display assembly out of the computer base. Now, at one point we were suspicious that the problem was actually having to do with the display cable, that these display cables get bad wires in them real easily, and one suggestion that came up was to just disconnect and reconnect it, but we've already done that on the laptops. Well, on the laptop side, that thing was so stiff, so hard to pull out of there, that I don't think that connector was a problem. So then I'll remove the screws on one side. So we'll come down here and this will show us the screws. So there's the screws, one on each side. So I'm looking at the computer to see if there are any other screws. No, it just looks like there's the one on each side, and not to be confused with anything else. So here we go for that.
If I may ask a question.
Go ahead.
How did we determine it's the cable itself that's the problem?
We haven't.
Oh, okay.
This is just getting to a point where we can troubleshoot that, or we can check the condition of the cable. And there was one comment on last week's video that said that they had repeatedly come across this problem on this model laptop.
Okay.
And saying that it was a cable issue repeatedly for them, rather than the actual display screen.
So the screen will light up at certain points of rotation, or no?
It used to. When she first called me about a symptom with this screen, what was happening is upon my instruction, I asked her to try tweaking the screen like this, just kind of a little bit of pressure, opposite direction from each side, and see if you can have an impact on the image. Because at that point she was just getting like flickering lines or something on the screen. I never actually saw the symptom, but she was able to affect it by just doing that light twisting. And then it got to a point where it wouldn't come on at all. So it's quite possible that those two symptom descriptions are unrelated to each other than that they're both the screen.
Right, right.
It's possible this was not an aggravation of the previously existing symptom. Okay, so that's got the screws off, and then the manual here shows a blue arrow to lift up. And look back here, lift and remove the display assembly. So the 2 screws on each side, lift and remove the display assembly. So that should just come up now. Oh, I see something else here. Remember the Wi-Fi, it said to make note of the routing of the Wi-Fi wire, and I think actually to remove it. I don't know, I'm not sure if it said to remove it, but it's obvious to me now that this wire goes straight into that display. So when I try to lift the display up, it's going to put tension on this Wi-Fi wire. So I'm going to go ahead and remove it from those.
Yeah, because the antennas are built into the display.
Right. Which I have disassembled displays before and actually replaced the antenna and camera. Okay, so this is not feeling eager to come up. Let's see, that separates right here, it looks like. They have, in the manual, they have the display slanted back a little bit. So I'm going to try to replicate that position. I'm gonna look at the bottom. There's still screws in there, in that area.
I was just going to say, those hinges aren't moving at all.
No, they're not. It really looks like there's a screw going in there. Did I miss that somewhere in the instructions? I have seen documentation that was not correct. So there, but then I also have had times where even though I think I'm being careful, I have missed something. These two right here. Did we do those? Remove this. I remember we did the 10 screws. We did the 2 for the keyboard. These are the 2 screws that are still in place. So this is it right here. Somehow, and since we got this on video, I can go back and see when I did that, because I did removing the keyboard. Oh, I remember removing the keyboard, and then the next thing was removing the palm rest. I know for certain I did not do this step number 4. I skipped right past it. All right.
Catherine said, did you read the Phelan manual? Or
Yeah, what's her acronym for that? Now, here I'm taking these screws out in a different order. So those 2 screws over there on my last grid, those were for, those were the hinge screws. So before doing those hinge screws, I was supposed to have taken these screws out. So I'm going to move those over to there. And then put those there. Okay. Now, when I go to open this lid, it's completely free right now. So I want to be a little more careful about how I open it, because those hinges might not open. They might be trying to just come up. Yes. So there I've taken that display screen off without having these hinges in the open position. These hinges are typically really stiff. The lid might not feel so stiff when you're opening and closing it, but when you try manipulating these hinges freestanding, can be a different...
Well, it's a lot of leverage you have on that.
That's right. That's exactly it. All right, so now that goes as the next item there. Now, I'm not actually going to be working with the base, so I'm going to take and put it on the other side of my desk, and the next thing that we're interested in is going inside this piece, because what we're suspecting is that we may just have to replace this cable. Now, you could just order this whole display panel as is, and that's a less time-consuming way to solve the problem. These cables are less than $20, the whole screen. I think Catherine found a listing for it at like $80, something like that.
They're about $80. My touch screen, I had to replace it. It was $84.
Yeah. So what we're actually, if we're actually going to go to the defective component, we think that it's maybe that wire. So does this actually give us internal module, coin cell, heatsink, display? That's removing the display. We want to get deeper into the display. Camera module, that would have to take apart the display panel. System board, no. Camera module is the only thing here showing here that would be inside the display panel, right? Internal module, battery, palm rest, speakers, memory module. Yeah, so I'm gonna go see what a camera module looks like. So there's removing the battery, the keyboard, the palm rest, the display assembly, then removing the display bezel. So we've done this piece, so now removing the display bezel. The section we're in here is for the camera module. We're not really interested in the camera module, but we are interested in removing the display bezel. So I'll go to that piece. And it didn't take us quite to the right place. There it is, scroll down a little bit. Removing the display bezel. Remove the display assembly first, which would be all of the prerequisites for that one. Then use your fingertips. Carefully pry up the inside edge of the display bezel. Remove the display bezel. So they're showing fingertips around the inside edge, and they're starting at the camera end of it, the top end of it. Okay. So turn this around. I'm just running my fingernails under the edge. I'm hearing sounds that are comforting.
Oh, the bottom unsnapped easy. That's usually the hardest part.
Yeah, I was expecting it to be a little more difficult. It is a little stubborn around the hinges. Take a look at the manual and see if it does it give me anything else. There's just nothing else there, is there? This was the bezel, and then they removing the display panel. This is some, yeah, the display panel inside here. So they're showing the entire bezel gone. They're showing removing screws for the hinges after the entire bezel is gone. So it looks to me like this entire bezel should come up and free. Remove the display using fingertips, pry up the inside edge. Yeah, it should come up all the way around. Oh. This, I think this black plastic part is actually part of the display, part of the bezel. And I'm thinking that because as I pull on the bezel over here, this whole plastic cover here is moving with the bezel. So there's this hinge here. How could that?
They usually unsnap from there.
Yeah. There's usually a line and you can snap it apart.
Yeah, it looks like there's a center line from the bottom and top half of this cover. Like it should snap apart.
Nice of them to conveniently leave that part out.
Leave that part out when I put it back together.
Doug?
Yeah.
You got a donation.
I got a donation.
Yes. From Bob Connors.
Bob Connors.
For $10.
Oh, awesome. Bob Connors, thank you so much.
He says, here is my first donation to your channel. You have a very unique and excellent service. It's a service. Wish I could do more.
Nice.
Nice, Bob. Thank you so much. Stream going almost 5 hours. Yeah, that's a record. Fixed desktops, some laptops, not the screen. Wow, I got called out on a service call. I come back, you're still live. Replace the screen once before. Yeah, so that's Bob Connors today for a 10. And let's go back up here and see there was a couple others. Oh, did I lose my chat history because I had to do that refresh? No, that's all of it. They're all there.
You had 2 others.
Yeah. Tony Wallow and Tim Sowell, I'm sure, by memory. But why are they not showing up there? Well, that's.
They go away with time.
You know, oh, this chat starts at 12:42. We started the stream at 11. So I think, yeah, we did lose the earlier ones. Yeah, so my recollection was Tony Wallow and Tim Sowell, and then oh, and I actually see Tony's on my iMac because it goes back to 9:03 a.m. And yeah, and I noticed that the zone has the zone shown up in chat. I don't remember reading anything. The zone started out the first chat comment. Yeah, Tony for $4.99, and oh, on my iMac, that's the only thing that shows. Oh no, there's Bob Connors for 10. And then scroll back here. Scrolling. Jeez. My iMac doesn't show. Oh, my iMac lost the chat history now. I just scroll up and down through it and I lost it. All right. Coming back. So I need to get this. Thank you for pointing that out, Catherine. Looks interesting. What does that
do? Doug, where's your spare parts bag?
I don't have a comeback for you, BW.
Okay, I'll go back to sleep.
All right, there's a clue what's going on. As I move this. I move this bezel, I can see it more firmly attached to the top half of this, and the bottom half seems to be independent of it. And feels like there must be some kind of a clip up on this top edge. Ah, bingo. Yeah, let's stick the spudge tool right in that joint there. and it unclips. Now, does the whole thing come free? The whole thing comes free. Yes, it does.
Nice of them to mention that in the manual, huh?
Yeah, that would have been helpful. You can see now there's a very clear clip here. And it just takes a simple press at the right place to release that.
Does the cable look damaged?
Well, that's what I'm just turning my attention to.
Looks good.
Yeah, it really does. It's got a good covering over it. Now, the person who has substantial experience with this says that it's that the wires, the very thin wires inside here, will break internally from the movement back and forth. So we're not going to see anything externally.
This type of damage you cannot see until unless you take it apart completely.
Yeah, really, to cut the insulation open and look at the bare wire. Here's a very kind of a sharp corner that it goes.
Any cuts in it?
Through right here. The covering over the wires looks pretty good, except this spot right here, it's got a crease, it's got a kink.
Well, that could be it.
Very sharp kink.
Yeah.
Now then, this display panel and this wire is supposedly sold as a separate piece, which tells me that on the bottom side of this display panel there's probably a connector.
I found it for you.
Yes, you did find it. That's right. That's right. So now let's come back to the manual. What do I get for tearing more into this? Removing the display panel. Yeah, this is actually screws for removing the display panel. Removing the display symbol, removing the display bezel, done that. Disconnect the camera cable from the connector on the camera module. Okay, so here we're looking at the top of the monitor, and the camera is here. I didn't mean to pick up a ink pen. The camera is this black element right here, or a black round, and then the cable for it is right here. So disconnect the camera cable from the camera module, because that would mean we're going to get this whole display up, and looks like the camera is going to stay attached to the back of the display. It looks to me like this is a connector that slides in this direction. He's in my magnifier. It's coming out. There it is. I'm going to see how much I can show off with this webcam. I've been really impressed with how well it can do extreme close-ups. Now, go change the focus. Right here. There you go. And between the close-up focus and the infinity focus, I'm about 70% on the infinity side, meaning this is all closer. See how it shows with my hand. Yeah. That's a webcam doing that.
Wow.
Yeah,
I'm
that's,
gonna have to order me a second one.
I have a 922. It's a good cam.
Yeah. Okay, so that's where that was connected right there in that black socket. Okay, so next. Remove the 8 screws that secure the display panel to the display cover. 8 screws. Let's go count them because we all love Sesame Street.
What has Tim done with his voice? That's not the same guy.
I'm sure there was a joke there somewhere, BW.
No, it's a different voice. I'm serious.
I'm not hearing. Ken's not talking right now.
Who?
You who?
My voice is different.
Oh, you're saying Tim's voice is different. I thought you said Ken.
No.
Okay, so looking for 8 screws. So the hinges, 1, 2, 3 on each, around the area of each hinge. That's 6, and then there's 7 and 8. So I'll do this in this orientation. And those will go there. Why is this reminding me of the Golf Channel? Actually, I think what I noticed on another, maybe it was last Saturday's live stream, that when we got to the end, I think half the people in the Zoom session were not even at their desks anymore, or their computers.
Oh my God.
I'm still here.
Now that you mention it, Doug, you do look a little bit like Happy Gilmore on
Uttering around in both instances, maybe.
Well, now we could run with this one, can't we, Jim?
Oh boy. What did I start by suggesting the Golf Channel?
That should pull up from the hinges.
Yeah, that's pulled up completely free. Wow. All right, so I don't need this piece anymore.
Oh, there's a laptop, so it is miniature golf.
What?
It's a laptop, so it's miniature golf.
A laptop, so it's miniature golf. I'm trying to figure out.
Come on, Jim, you're with me. Doug's on his fixing thing.
Now this cable here. This is interesting. This wire comes in here, and there's this kind of a cloth tape concealing the wires, and comes over here and actually connects to the display panel here. But there's also this piece that runs up here that's concealing the wires for the camera. So this attachment is the display panel and the camera. So a replacement wiring for this, we want to make sure that it looks the same. I think the place, Catherine, you found it was in eBay, wasn't it?
Yes.
Yeah. So they should have a picture so that we can make sure that it all looks the same.
There should be a number.
Yeah, there's a number here. Are you able to pull up that listing, Catherine, or put the link into the chat?
I find it.
All right. Yeah, because this does look like a part number here that we should be able to confirm. Now, is there something in the manual for do they actually deal with removing this? Yeah, they do. Looks like, let's see, just remove the 8 screws, lift the panel off the display cover, turn the display panel over, place on a clean surface, lift the tape that secures the display cable to the display board connector, and disconnect the display cable to the display board connect. Oh, okay, I see what that is. Display board connector, and they have these numbered items. Display board connector. Yeah, number 2. That's what I thought they were referring to the tape here.
You really got to be careful with that too.
All right. Peel off the camera cable from the back of the display panel. So that's all of this part here. Remove the 4 screws on each side that secure the display panel brackets to the display panel. Oh, I see those 4 screws. Yeah. Oh, and I know I've replaced these before for a computer that actually got physically broken. There's replace both sides.
If all you're replacing is the cable, then I don't see why you would take that off.
Agreed. Agreed. So, Catherine, were you starting to say something?
Yes. It says here there seem to be 2 different types of cable.
Yeah.
One is called, it's a really long number, 42 Charlie Whiskey 8 5.4 Echo Mike 03.101, and it's in there is a number in bracket that says Charlie 612, and then there is another one that has the same number but with a 401 at the back, and it says Charlie Bravo 614. So
okay, well, I'm close.
I'm sorry.
I'm close to one of those. I have a number here that 50.4 Echo Mike 03.101. So part of that is part of what
101, you read. Yeah, okay, I have it. Okay, here.
Doug, was that machine assembled with that kink wire?
Was it what?
Assembled with that kink wire? Is that the way it was built?
It looks to me like putting it in that routing for the cable management, that any wire in that position would get kinked.
Kind of interesting seeing how things are assembled and sold, isn't it?
Yeah. I mean, I would think that is indicating it to be a weak spot.
Should only be double-sided tape that holds that down.
Yep, that's what it's feeling like. Just being very careful.
I put the link in the Zoom
In Zoom?
Yes, in the Zoom chat, because it's too long for the YouTube.
All right.
Jesus. Wow.
Oh, wow, that is a long link.
This tape is more stubborn. I wonder if I can coax it with a spudger tool easier.
$10.
Yeah, that's a great thing about eBay with laptop parts. They're really affordable.
Yeah.
My touch screen was 84 bucks.
That's pretty cheap for a touch screen.
Yeah, it started going out, and over a 2-year period of time, it just finally quit. But the pins are really difficult to hook back up.
Yeah, that particular tape is difficult on purpose because I don't want that thing even remotely popping out of there.
Wow. I do not have high confidence in this connector at all. Meaning it seemed to, once I got the tape free, it just came out so easily. Very interesting connector, and I'm starting to wonder how much can I plug wires in and try to get an image without reassembling the computer.
Should be able to.
In order to fuss with the cable and see if I can get it, figure out what's functional, or maybe even it might just be extremely functional just by reseating the cable. So here I'm
Doesn't hurt to try.
Yeah. So here's what this connector looks like, and it's
very tiny.
Yes, it is. I've done more of those than I care to think about.
I've done at least 15 myself. Don't particularly like it.
Here, I'm gonna try to focus in on the edge connector of that and show how tiny those contact points are. So let's bring this camera down. Let's see. Come on.
You said it basically came out as soon as you released the tape?
Yeah, it didn't take any pressure at all. It was like it was just falling out.
Maybe it came loose.
Yeah, except that the tape was holding it so securely, and I don't know. So here, let's see. There you can see the connectors. They, let's see. What, 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, probably somewhere around 40 connectors, 40 contacts on that thing that's about 5/8 of an inch wide. I gotta fix this, hold on. That was the Echo device reminding me to check in with my client about his barbecue grill Wi-Fi. All right. Now, so let's try firing this thing up somehow. How is this? Oh, I see why. And then focus. Oops. Why am I not getting focus? There. There. Okay, so first piece will have to be getting this connected stable. Yeah, there's no locking clip. There's no snap.
No, it's pretty much press fit.
All right. And then this piece needs to connect to the motherboard. I don't need the display bezel or the display back. Don't need any of that. This is backwards. So turn it around. I don't need the camera connected. The camera wire connected to the camera. So plug the display to the motherboard. All right, that seems to be all the way in. And there were some other wires we disconnected. Let's see here. I think this one was audio. And move that up that way. I don't need the Wi-Fi connected. I don't need touchpad or keyboard connected. Where's the power on button for this computer?
I think it's on the palm rest.
Okay. Yes. So there's the power on button, and it has this connector. So I'll plug that in.
Not going to be easy.
To plug in that connector?
No, it depends on how much slack there is in the cable.
Yeah, that worked fine. That's done. Then this cable over here I think was for a speaker. I don't care about that. Can I confirm that's what it was? Yeah, it's labeled speaker. I think I'm ready to plug in power. Where does that happen? Oh, over here. And I did not disconnect anything related to that. So, what do we call this? Smoke test?
Fire in the hole.
Go around the back side of the desk and plug in the power brick.
Yeah, Kenny, the Western Digital drive, yeah, it's triggering me too.
Oh, and actually I did discuss with her an SSD drive? And she said yes.
Yes, exactly.
All right, power. Tim knows my address in case he needs to send emergency services.
Sure do.
I hear it coming on. Can hear hard drive activity. I think it's safe to say we got no image. All we did really was disconnect and reconnect the display cable. Now let's see, I wonder if I can pull the power button cable out so I can lift the palm rest off while it's on. Power cable on desktop PC is just short 2 leads. Yeah.
Yep. Okay. There we go.
Computer's still on. I wanted to do that so I could fuss with the display cable and just manipulate it. If there's broken lead wires inside, you might be able to get an image, which all that would be doing is to confirm that replacing the cable will probably solve the problem. If I get nothing, then as far as I know, the whole display panel could be bad.
Could be.
Catherine, did you find a replacement for the whole display panel? She might be away from her computer.
Can we plug an external monitor in to verify that we actually have the desktop?
I have done that. We did that last week, but it would be worth doing to be sure I still have that. So here I'm manipulating the connector on the back of the display panel, not getting any kind of flicker at all.
If you shine a flashlight on it, can you get an image?
Yeah, that'd be a test of the backlight, right?
Yeah.
Dusty. No. If there's anything coming through there, I should be able to see something happen in response to unplugging it. Unplugging it from the motherboard while the computer is on. I didn't anticipate doing that today. All right. So then, let's see, what kind of a external, okay, the external monitor is VGA. Go get a VGA connection, do it there.
Oh, and Chris Garrett, if the Windows 7 sticker is triggering you, just think about when you see a laptop come in with a Vista sticker on it, because I've seen that.
Ooh, yep.
Windows 3.11.
Oh, man.
Yeah, I've seen it. I've had people come in and bring a machine in with either a Vista sticker or on one or two occasions XP stickers on them. And my standard answer is no. I won't work on it. I won't fix it. You need stuff off of it. No problem. I'm your guy, but I'm not fixing it.
My experience with my last laptop was Windows Vista. I had to replace the DC charging module, and then I had to replace one piece of hardware after another, and it just finally died. It was a waste of time replacing the stuff. I should have just bought a new one.
All right, here.
I finally got my wife to replace this thing. This is an old Dell. This is a heavy Dell. It's a first or second gen.
Oh, wow.
It's like, it's 9 years old. Easily. It's 9 years old. I finally got her to replace the damn thing.
And it's heavy.
Yes, it is.
All right, here I'll bring up the, I've got it plugged into this monitor right here. And, oh, I haven't plugged it into the computer yet. And some laptops won't send out through that port connecting to it when it's already on. It needs to be plugged in when you start it.
Right, anyway.
And the other thing, actually, I think I got this one to turn on when I used a keyboard command to switch to it, but I don't have the keyboard plugged in right now. So my inclination is power off and power on. Let's see, I need to get back to that power button. I don't have a way to restart the computer without the power button or the keyboard. Now the keyboard,
You could plug in one.
that's, well, oh, an external keyboard, yeah.
Yeah.
That's,
Get a wired one.
I like that, a wired external keyboard. Got one right here on the desk. That's plugged into there. That was a good idea.
You may be able to do a command on the keyboard to restart it.
Oh, the fan just powered up. I was about to comment about your clean fan comment. Well, the fan doesn't work. But yeah, the computer's warm enough now that the fan came on. And the keyboard has a numlock light, and it does respond to pressing the numlock key, and the caps lock key responds.
Cool.
So that's all sign of life. And it's Windows 10. So I'm going to come refresh my memory for Windows 10. So I'm looking at computer 2 here, and I'm going to do on computer 2 Windows key, and then is that the way I want to do it? Or how about Alt F4? That's pretty good, isn't it? That shuts down programs that are open, and I got too many things open, so I don't want to do it that way. What's Control-Alt-Delete do these days? Control-Alt-Delete brings this up, but then that doesn't give us a keyboard method for power. I'm thinking Windows key, then
You could tab over to the power switch.
yeah, it takes a couple tabs. So right here, the up arrow key won't get me to the power button, but it gets me to the top of that menu. then Shift Tab brings me to this panel. Then down 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, Enter, and then
Not on display.
down 2,
Oh, there it is.
and Restart. So that's quite a few. So I'm going to go through them one at a time. So I'm going to hit the keys on both keyboards at the same time. So Windows key, and then up arrow, and then Shift Tab, and then down arrow 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 times, Enter, down arrow twice, 1, 2, and then Enter. I'm not going to do Enter on my computer number 2. So there's that, and let's see if the computer's restarting. I've got lights up here on the front. I should be able to, oh, but that's not over with. When I choose restart, it's going to do something else, right? It brings up something else. So I better go back to computer 2. If I do restart, oh, it is restarting. Okay, well, does that, oh, you know what? When I pressed the power button on the monitor a while ago, I think I actually turned it off. It's on. It's on. Yeah, the laptop's on. There. That's that screen right there is the laptop.
So the monitor's bad, or the LED screen.
Yeah, so I think what I want to do is get a replacement for the LED screen and including that connector wire.
Sometimes they come with them.
Yeah, I would suspect that would come with it. They probably not the camera, because that's actually mounted in the display panel. The side brackets might not come with it. The hinge brackets on the side, that's this piece here, and it's screwed into the display panel on the sides.
You got to take them off when you put a new one in.
Yeah, I've ordered those separately, and that screen just went off because the VGA cable came loose. So I think it gets this there. Is Catherine still
Yes,
in the
I'm
Zoom?
here.
Did you have any luck with trying to find a display panel?
The panel 2, okay, let me check.
Yeah, because I want the whole display panel, not just the wire. Because I
check the part number on the display.
Yeah.
So just the screen or the whole assembly?
Well, actually, either way, depending upon the price differential. I mean.
Oh, okay, let me check.
Yeah, the fact that you couldn't get anything to show up by shining a bright light on the display makes me think the display itself is done.
Yeah.
Non-touch 40 pin. Do you have brand new? Okay. So here I have the display. It's just a display, yes.
Okay. Yeah.
So it says 15.6 inch WXGA HD, 1366 by 768, non-touch 40 pin.
That sounds right.
40 pin, 40 pin.
Yes.
Okay, so that sounds like it's the connector they're referring to there.
And what does it say on the, does the screen have,
Should be a part number on the back.
Yeah, we got 15.6 inch. Let me get focus there.
15.6. And there's the part
Yeah, but
number.
we need to confirm the whether it's touch.
And what? It's now, okay, yes. VPN here, 5KB ABB. Let me do,
It even has a QR code. I wonder if I can scan that.
Oh, you're gonna try to scan that through YouTube?
Why not?
okay, it's good. I made with the snipping tool, I made a screenshot for myself.
Okay, so I don't need to keep holding it?
No,
all right.
No, you can.
Thank you. Then there's another label here you might want to take a screenshot. This label is on the wire.
Oh yes, that's that looks interesting too.
Yeah, because this is actually one of the number that I told you about before. But let me see if I can improve the focus. I'm gonna bring it in closer. And working on the focus there.
Here.
Move it to the side here. There. That's pretty readable, isn't it?
Here.
I'm going to try even better.
Yes, yes. Okay, yes, I have it.
You got it all?
Yeah.
All right.
That's the Intel cable. That's the... Yeah, that's the 101, the one I sent you. Yes.
All right.
So you see when that cable was made, 2010, November 2010. That's 11. See.
Oh, yeah, I see. Let's see. There's also a barcode.
So this is the cable, yes.
Yeah, that last label I showed you was the cable. But here's another barcode label that I had not shown you yet.
Okay.
Let me know when you've got that captured.
Yeah, I just saved the other new. Okay.
So you done with that?
Okay, I got it.
All right.
Yes.
Now, I'll try my camera on that QR code, see what that comes up with. Because that label does seem to be for the display panel.
Huh, it worked.
You got the QR code?
I found one refurbished for $50.
It has a 40 pin. Yes.
Well, let's go count it then. I think that's one that I kind of guesstimated, but here's the connector. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Yeah, gets 10 gets me halfway down, so that would be 20 per row. 40.
Yeah, 40 is typical.
Yeah. But what is it 40 pin, and the only other choice would be 60 pin or 42 pin.
No, there's 40, 32 I've seen.
Because it has a picture and it says 40 pin video connector correct, 30 pin video connector incorrect, because there are two different displays for this, two different types of screen.
Yeah.
For laptop.
All right.
So yes, and it says LED LCD screen, non-touch. So yeah, that's.
All right.
This is a new screen. So I put it in the
Zoom chat. All right. I'm going to get that. All right.
So now we have the cable and we have the screen, and you need the bezel too, or?
No, I don't think I need the bezel. So Catherine, let's see, there's
That's not a bad price.
a few links, right? Oh, I see that long one. Yeah. So do I only need the most recent or the last two? Which ones do I need?
So the last two, the first one is the cable.
Yeah.
And the third one is the screen, and it costs $64 and it's a new screen.
All right. So let's see. Oops, I gotta do a little fix here in order to bring that up on screen. No, you know what I should do is I can send that. Yeah, because that came up in Chrome, so I can send those links to my computer number 2. Send to your devices. This is this one.
You're breaking a record today.
64 is actually not a bad price for a new LCD screen.
Yeah, that sounds fine.
That's a great price.
Yeah, I think so too. Jim does not say much. I don't know why.
Stuff 7.
My touch screen cost me $84. It only took me 5 minutes to install it.
Send to your devices, Staff 7. So let's see if this works.
Yeah,
Come on.
I need to change a cable on my laptop too, and I do not have such a nice service manual like Doc has.
The service manual? Well, that was just
Dell and HP. You can say much about them, but they provide a really nice service manual. Yes, where you can look everything up. And I do not have the same. I cannot say for my Acer. If you know what I mean.
I see.
Yeah.
Because user manual and service manual are two very different things.
Right.
Yes.
Right.
User manual is for the idiots between the chair and the keyboards. Yes. And the service manual is actually for the technician. Yes. So I prefer service manuals because they give far better and more information.
Okay, so here I have this displayed on the YouTube video now. So here's the $11.17 for just the wire. And it includes the camera wire like we suspected. And then this one is for the display. M5030 replacement laptop, 15.6 display screen. And here's their pictures. So go look at all the pictures. I'm going to trust the 15.6 since that's actually on a label on the screen. And then here's a picture of the back side of it. Going to compare.
It has actually very good pictures that show you exactly what which part they sell you.
Yeah.
And they make sure it's like the correct connector, so it's for the stupid. Yes, you cannot mix that up. It's basically impossible.
Yeah, so looking at where this there I can get better. Let's see. These things are covered by some tape, these little black things here, so I can't confirm that. This,
That's underneath on the back side,
yeah, I'm looking at the
little circuit board.
yeah, I'm looking at that circuit board here. I'll come back to my camera view. So yeah, it's that circuit board with that angle right there. Guess that's where I'm focused into right there. So yeah, I'm looking at the detail of that circuit board, and yeah, it's looking like it. One of the things that I'm careful about with this is I don't know what differences are on the incorrect choice. So I'm looking at where this...
The incorrect choice is a 30 pin. The correct choice has 40 pin.
Okay, beautiful, beautiful.
Yeah, there's two different kinds of pins.
Now, I'm curious about this item right here because I'm not really seeing that piece. This is where the wire connects, and this piece... I mean, this circuit board looks a little different. I don't think that's too concerning, though. Coming back to camera view. Let's see, here's where that cable connects, but then the picture on screen is showing something around this area. I don't think that is a deal breaker. This part of the circuit board here, maybe that is okay. I was going to say that looks thinner.
It looks right.
Yeah, it kind of looks like it's
covered up.
Might be thinner. Maybe it's just that it's covered up. Yeah, there is a bit of a cover on the screen. Now go back and go to their next picture. That's showing the front. That's showing a side view. It does not have the rails attached. That's expected. This is a closer view of the circuit board. Yeah, because here you see where the ribbon cable is connected, and they've got this other connection up here that I definitely don't have. I don't, for some reason, don't feel too worried about that.
It might be for a different model laptop also.
Yeah, it does.
So they put both of them on there maybe.
Yeah, that's what I'm kind of thinking. Now over here, there's a connector that does exist on the one that I have. It's right over here. So that's a confirm.
All right, guys, I'm gonna go. She's almost 8 o'clock here. I'm gonna get out of here.
All right.
All right.
See you guys.
Bye. Bye-bye.
Here's locking connector. Caution locking connector. That ought to be that same one where that wire is connected, but this doesn't seem to be the same as that prior picture. See, here's these two pieces here, and then here there only seems to be one connector. LED, LCD screen, backlight connector.
Your camera's on your desk.
Oh, thank you. LCD screen, no backlight connector and backlight connector. So there's the two differences. Oh, that says wrong screen. No backlight connector, correct screen. This has that wire going off that way. This one doesn't even seem to have that same circuit board. All right. And next one. Oh, okay.
There's the two different pins.
Yeah. Now this isn't showing the connectors on the socket on the motherboard. This is showing the connector on the monitor itself. Let's see. So let's get a confirmation of 40 pins on that side.
They're really tiny.
Yeah, but I've got a Logitech C920. Let's see, this thing comes off sliding out this direction, right? Yeah. And the edge connectors are there. So get up here.
There is a glossy one and there is a matte. There is a matte one.
Glossy and matte.
Yeah.
All right. Now you should be able to see those connectors. I'm trying to hold the board. Can you count it?
If you hold it up, I make another screen.
Let's do this.
I'm holding it up now. Let me. I can go even closer.
I got a picture of it.
Oh, all right.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. That's halfway.
All right.
So it's got to be 40.
Yeah.
Yep, it's 40.
Yeah, that's the close.
Nice
right.
and gold plated.
Beautiful. Beautiful. All right.
All the screens I find, they look like the same, if you know what I mean. I cannot see.
Oh, the other choices you see, they all look the same as this one. Is that what you're saying?
The first I found looks the same as the one I have now.
All right.
Yes.
All right.
But
gotcha.
So you have the cable on the left side. Yes.
Yeah.
It's like a thinner cable.
I believe mine is.
You have 3 cables at the bottom. Yes.
3 cables at the bottom. I'm not sure what you're referring to there, Catherine. Bottom of what? The bottom of the LCD screen only has one cable.
Yes, of the LCD screen.
The LCD screen only has one cable.
So you have like a dark brown, and then you have a black, and then another dark brown. That's what I mean. It's probably not a real cable. It's something, some sort of connector.
Yeah, I'm not. You. I've got it on screen right now. What have on the screen. Are you? Well, actually, are you matching up to something on the eBay listing? Because I have that in front of me. So where are you seeing the 3 cables? Are you? Oh, let me bring this up. Are you referring to this picture that they have here? What appears to be a cable, and then these 2 black things on each side of it.
Yes. Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, exactly this one.
Yeah, those are not. Those do not those are not wires on the unit that I have, and I'm kind of doubting that those are wires. It's hard to tell. What are they?
But you know what I mean.
What you
Like the one in the middle is black. Yes.
I call it. Oh, in the middle of the photo, yeah, black.
Yeah, the one in the middle is black, and the other two they're like dark brown, if you know what I mean. And of course, your screen has like all. This is like free, yes, and your screen has it all protected, so we cannot interfere with other electronics and stuff.
Yeah, your voice got a little mumbled there. Your last few words, I'm not sure what they were, but
I said your screen at the back has like the plastic around. It has like the
yes. Okay, now I understand what you're saying.
This is the view that I see on eBay. It's free. Yes.
Oh, it's not covered by anything else.
Your screen is still covered by some other things, and this is why we can't like compare X for X, if you know what I mean.
Yeah, I understand you now. This has this do not touch transparent tape that I'm touching right now.
And it makes sense because because it's not, so we cannot
we can't see what's under here.
Short, yes.
Yeah.
It makes sense to have this yes, here, yes, exactly, yes.
All right, I'm satisfied. I'm going to go ahead and order it.
Yes.
I'm going to order it outside of the live stream. I'm ready to end the live stream.
And you broke a record today.
Yeah, I think so.
Almost 6 hours.
Good gollies. 6 hours?
Almost.
Ugh.
Yes, almost. Oh no. That's good.
Well, let's find out. Is Darren, Gary, and Blackwatch actually still there, or did you just leave your computers on Zoom?
I don't know.
I think they're asleep.
I'm waiting to hear from them to see if they'll speak up. I don't think they're actually there. What about oh, I don't even have chat on screen anymore because I restarted that computer. Is there anything on chat I need to be aware of?
Let's go look.
I'm still here. I had to lay down for a bit.
Ah, Blackwatch is there.
Long night.
Wintermute is here too.
All right. Yeah, I see Wintermute in chat. I've got chat up now. So I'll go take a quick look. I imagine chat has been quiet for a while during the laptop repair, scrolling up to see if there's any oranges that have been hit in. Bob Connors, I will do more after my identity theft issues resolved. Yeah, nothing else in orange. And Dan the Man is the most recent to speak up in chat. Dan the Man, I have seen you plenty of times. I'm going to turn you blue.
Did you kill the patient?
I
was asleep. I've been asleep for a while.
Oh, all right. Well, we'll try to remember what we said and start saying it over again.
Please do. Please don't.
Let's see. Catherine says, I did make a video, but I need to open RMA for it because of the screws. I think
this is something I got asked about because he think for an NVMe.
All right.
So.
All right. So nothing I need to respond to. Let's say good night, everybody. Goodbye.
Bye-bye.
Good night.
Thank you all. I'm gonna end the Zoom session 3210, and then punch this button in order to display my. Is it gonna display it? No, it's not. Oh, here, right? Get the right button, Doug. There's my email address if you'd like to contact me to request a support session. Support sessions are free. If we can do it through YouTube like this. They don't always have to be live stream if the circumstances are such that we should do a one-on-one video that I record and then publish later. We can do that. So that's it. Have a great day. Catch you later. Goodbye.